do a quick latency test. All right, that's not too bad. So, hey guys, we're here back live streaming, and obviously, we are here for the Survivor 44 finale. We are about an hour and 20 minutes away from the start of the finale, but I wanted to get started early. I was actually originally planning to start around 7, but I didn't really have much going on, so I figured I would at least join and start now. Let me know if y'all can hear me. I think my mic's working just fine, but let me know if there are any issues there. And I guess while I'm at it, I might as well let everyone know in the Discord server that I'm live streaming now. Actually, how does it look? Am I looking good? Oh, dang. It'd be a good latency test here. I'm literally watching the stream on my phone. Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take that. That's not too bad, flag wise. But yeah, I mean, glad. Oh, good. You can't hear me. That's good. But yeah, here we are. We are live streaming the Survivor 44 finale, like I said. And again, I know it's gonna be a bit of time before we get around to the actual start of the finale, but I figured, I might as well do some stuff. I can talk through talk about anything you guys feel like. I can also I also got a couple things I might want to do to pass the time, but I definitely want to be live now. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty well. I'm glad you could join us, Complex Name. I'm the one who joined the Discord. That is true. You are in the Discord server. Yeah, I was literally about to send a link. I was literally about to make an announcement in the Discord server, but I'll just do it now. All right. All right, just sent that out to the Discord server. Also, welcome Billy Bob 685. Glad you could join us here. All right. Carson is winning. I don't agree. I think again, I've made it pretty known now for weeks that I think Carson's losing in fire, but you never know. What are your thoughts right now going to the finale? So again, I'm expecting it to be like your standard Survivor finale. In terms of what's gonna happen. So what I think is gonna happen is Lauren's probably gonna go on fifth. I feel like her edits mostly similar to that of Lindsay from 42, not really getting much death, but still could be presented as this big threat. So I think Lauren's gonna go on fifth. Final four, I think it's gonna be Carson versus Heidi in fire making. Heidi will win, and then we're gonna get a Carolyn versus Jan Jan versus Heidi fire. Final three, where Jan Jan will probably win. That's what I think is gonna happen. But we'll see what happens. Um, Jamie at the bottom of the final six ranking. Again, I felt I mean that's fine. I mean you know like if everyone has a different opinion, and I'm wrong too. I've been wrong plenty of times this season. I was wrong that Franny would be taken out before Matt. I was wrong about really a lot of my top six or top five from my preseason power ranking, all going out pre merges. slightly embarrassing. I actually had Josh kind of high too preseason, but I've been wrong my fair share this season. But that's part of the fun of watching Survivor. It's like you think you know what's gonna happen, and you just like see what's gonna go from there. I forgot the season was airing. Well, it is like, and you're right in time for the big Kahuna. I think Jan Jan wins will be close. Yeah, like I think if we are looking at strictly the edit, I think it could be a close contest between Jan Jam and Carolyn. Like I think I would not be so shocked if that were like a tightly contested battle at the end. Carolyn got a fire shot in the preview for that finale. Thoughts on that? I actually didn't. I didn't really see much of the previews going into the finale, but I mean that's something at least. I mean maybe it could be Carolyn versus Carson and fire. I think Carson is definitely going to fire. There's no way that he's not touching fire unless he wins final immunity, but I don't think he's winning final immunity. I mean, if I think I could see a world where it's like Heidi wins final immunity, or maybe Jan Jan wins final immunity too. But I think the most likely way Carolyn ends up in fire is like if probably Heidi wins final immunity. If I had to guess, because so let's see, if Jam Jam wins final immunity, I think he puts in probably Carson and Heidi. If I had to guess, because I mean I don't know. If Carson wins final immunity, I think he puts in Jam Jam and Carolyn? I mean, I think a lot of it will depend on how big of a threat Carolyn really is. Because we did get that content in the last episode about how, like, people are starting to see Carolyn as a big threat. But again, like, I just still think that if Carolyn gets I mean, I don't think it's a guarantee Carolyn wins. I'll put it that way. I think she'll definitely be taken seriously. I mean, even with my jury scenarios video, like I felt like there's definitely people that may be willing to vote for her, but it's just that I couldn't quite see like based on like where specifically those votes go. Because if you go person by person, I feel like a lot of those people like would inherently lean closer to like either Jan Jim or Carson, like as they seem to be the more outwardly strategic players. They were the ones more actively playing the middle during that like merge section, where they were seen more as the strategic duos. Where it's like Carolyn is like kind of part of it, but like there were plenty of times where Carolyn was just left out of like a lot of that. So I think it'll be interesting to see like how they stack up. But like I feel like based on that, my conclusion would be they would see Jam Jam and Carson as the main strategic forces like behind the Tikas like doing well in the post merge versus Carolyn. I think unless Heidi wins Final Four challenge, okay. Lindsay from 42 got way more screen time and build up as a threat. Lauren doesn't have that, but her build up is similar to those of Final Four. Fire making. I mean, it is possible. I mean, I just feel like Lauren like makes more sense because I think the thing about Lauren, I think the thing that's making me think she goes out in fifth is like her recent spike in content where it's like she gets that personal content when she goes on rewards, like about like her being a single mom, and like she literally got that twice. Like she went on two rewards each time, like giving her a chance to like talk about that. And I feel like with it being that late in the season, and with it being like pretty circumstantial, like I think it's a way of setting Lauren up as his big threat. Like suddenly, that's just going to be taken out. I mean, Lindsay, like again, it's I haven't rewatched 42 since it came out, but my recollection of Lindsay was that yeah, she. It's not like she was buried in the edit. Like she definitely got content, but she still like didn't really have like too much depth to her edit. Where it's like she was getting a consistent presence, but it's like I feel like of the Takus, like she was definitely the most circumstantial in terms of like when she got content. And I guess that's what I mean when I say that Lauren is similar to Lindsay in that regard. It's like she gets content here and there just to like show that she makes a deep run, but it's like there's no like overarching storyline that would justify her winning. But then she just comes out at the very end or towards the end and like is seen as this big threat that we gotta get out. and then we gotta like team up together to ensure that she doesn't win Final Five immunity, and then she probably won't, and then she goes home. So that's the vibe I get, at least in terms of where Lauren is going. Kind of hope Carson wins fire because that would be crazy. Yeah, it would be crazy. Like I have nothing against Carson, like in terms of his game. Like I think Carson played a pretty solid game, all things considered. Like if he wins, then I think that would be a pretty satisfying way to end the season. But it's like I just don't see it. Like I think he will come up short in the end. But it would be crazy though. The other two will go into fire with him, I think, to get that on their resume too. Oh yeah, like I could definitely see like them like wanting to win fire just to like ensure that like they can take the credit for beating Carson at the end. Like I could definitely see like I think though I think a lot of the final four will want to like be the one that took out Carson at the end. But I think again, like I think Heidi would make a lot of sense to go up and fire. I could see Carolyn doing it. Like if I think if Carolyn were to win, then I think her taking out Carson and fire would be like a pretty solid move for her resume, something that she can really latch onto. Um, where do you have this season out of the new era seasons? I like this season. Like I think it's sort of it's definitely sort of like you can definitely tell that the style is evolving. Where I feel like in like 40, definitely 42, like in to a degree in 40, I think 42 was sort of like this like zenith of like them being like sentimental and stuff. Like I think 41 and 42, they really wanted to like humanize these people as much as possible. They wanted to like make it like all about this journey, and we saw that through like them focusing more on like the personal stories and stuff. I think 43 was definitely like a step back towards form. Like we definitely saw that with like more like sassy Jeff and stuff, or Jeff King of Sass. And then now in like 44, I think they've gone even more in that direction where it's like they're willing, I think they're once again willing to like dunk people in the edit to a degree. Like I feel like Danny, if Danny were on like 41 or 42, he would not have gotten the edit that he did. Same thing with Jamie too. Like I feel like 41 and 42, they were definitely trying to play nice. Whereas in 43 and 44, they were definitely like trying to lean back into the sass. But I'm getting sidetracked. But basically, I think overall, this season like definitely felt the most like it still has like the problems of like the new era. Like it has like some of the similar issues with 43, like 42, 41, where the pre-merge is like not that great. Like there aren't really many standout, well, aside from like that very first tribal like where Maddie goes home. But again, like there was just a lot going on. It was pretty much chaos at that tribal. But really outside of that, like you had like like Helen going home. Like I kind of felt bad for her there. You have like Claire going out, like like not that great either. Sarah going out, like like I do kind of feel bad for her there. So like I feel like the pre-merge is like okay. I think like if I were to rank the pre-merges, I probably go like 41, 40, 41, 42, and then 44 after that. I think 43 is probably the worst pre-merge. But then in terms of the post-merge, like you definitely have some interesting rounds like in there. Like I think the Brandy round was like fun to watch, I think, particularly with the way the Tikas were playing it. I think the Danny round was sort of interesting as well. Like so I think with that in consideration, I think this is probably my it's definitely like up there. Like I think it's either my first favorite or my second favorite behind 42. Like I definitely think this was definitely an improvement over 43 in terms of the storytelling being better, because I feel like 43 was kind of all over the place. Like I feel like definitely while it was definitely harder to predict, I feel like there were definitely things that weren't adequately explained, which I think ties into like why people were like very upset that Gabler won, for instance. Like I feel like Gabler's win was not adequately explained. Or as obviously like in 44, like the Tika winning is like pretty well explained as well. So like I think that's a big factor there. So I think I definitely like this season. Definitely like one of the better new era seasons. I know that was a very long-winded way of answering that question, but that's that's just me. I forgot the season was airing because I was watching an org, which started pretty amazing, but had a pretty blah post merge. 5-4 vote into 4-3-1 vote into a person flaming out was a hilarious start. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a chaos. Who do you think is the best player this season? Um, I think it's definitely between Carson and Jam Jam, where I feel like they're both pretty similar. I actually think like Carson's done a better job at like keeping his like target like not being targeted for longer. Whereas obviously Jam Jam had some danger spots in the pre-merge, like after the Sarah round, he was definitely in a hairy spot there, but even then he was able to get out there. And then obviously at that merge, like again, like that late pre-merge into the early merge, that was definitely like his biggest danger spot. Whereas Carson took a much longer for him to be this big target. But actually, I think now, like with this end game, like I think Carson might be the better player overall because I definitely like was worried about his threat management. And I think coming into this finale, he'll definitely like be like this big threat, like sort of similar to what we saw with Jesse from 44, 43. But I think the fact that Carson went as long as he did without making himself a big threat is definitely like worth like commending. So I think it's definitely between Carson and Chan Jim. Obviously, how we see it tonight, what will happen tonight will play a factor. But if I had to pick right now, I would lean Carson being a better overall player than Jam Jam. I think in terms of who's going to be number one on the player ranking for this season, I think a lot of that will depend on who wins. Like, I feel like if Carson like is this big threat at the end, and then he ends up losing fire, and then Jan Jan wins, I think Jan Jan for sure is number one. Whereas I feel like if Carson outplays Jan Jam at the end and wins, I think Carson will be number one. I think they're definitely going to be like, I don't know, like definitely towards the top. So like I think it'll definitely like play a factor based on tonight, but I think right now I would say Carson's probably the better player. You think Carolyn goes out at fifth, and I think it's because Jan Jan loses to Carson at final tribal. It's the reason for us getting so much content last episode with Jan Jan taking out Carolyn. Again, like the content about Carolyn last episode was definitely a bit surprising. Like, and like maybe you're right. Maybe it does lead to Carolyn going out. I still stand by it being like a preamble to like a Carolyn Jam Jam showdown at Final Tribal. Like, I don't think it'll lead to Carolyn being targeted at the Final Five. It could lead to her being put into fire Final Four, and like if she loses that, then like that'll explain that. I just don't think it'll lead to her going out in fifth. Like, I think that's a bit too early for that. I think especially with the way Jamie was talking about like how Lauren was seen as his big threat. I mean, say what you will about Jamie like not being super well aware and stuff, but I think I think Lauren will be inherently seen as the bigger threat at Final Five than Carolyn, even with the talk about her being a threat in this round. I just think it's going to be like foreshadowing for like in the finale when the Tika 3 final have to turn at each other, which I don't think it'll be right away, but I think it's definitely coming. The only thing that might throw a wrench in this all would be Lauren going in immunity streak and going to fire with Carson or someone. Yeah, it's definitely true. Again, I don't think Lauren's winning Final Five immunity, but if she did, like that'll be interesting. Uh, if I were on the jury, I would just be more aggravated if someone sent themselves in the fire than think it's some big move. But I know that's how the players interpret it. Yeah, like I definitely agree. Like you shouldn't just make big moves to make big moves. Like I think, especially like like you definitely should let your whole game speak for itself. Like I don't think like you should base your I don't think you should let like one move dictate your entire game. Now, I think there are you definitely have like circumstances like Chris Underwood putting himself into fire, but that was in a case where he was the third boot of the season. He had to come back to the final six, and he really just had like that final six, final five. He really only had like 6 rounds in the entire game, and one of them being the round where he gets voted out. So like, it makes sense for him to swing for the fences. And I still stand by like Natalie in Winners of War, like also like being in that spot to where she has to like put herself in the fire because she came back from the edge. But like in a normal season, like where you have like players that are just naturally get to the end, like if you're in a position to where you haven't done much up until the final four and you have to put yourself in the fire, then again, like, yeah, like I think at that point, like whoever you get to the end with, assuming you win fire, will definitely point out the fact that you only played the game on day 25, basically. Although at the same time, like we've also seen like big moves like happening like pretty late in the game. Like obviously on 42, like Marianne's big move was taking out Omar at final six. 43, like you had Jesse making his like big move at final six as well. But again, even then, like I felt like Jesse had already played an impressive game. Yeah, like in Gabler, like his like again, like 43 is like all over the place, but it's like I feel like that was a case where the yeah, maybe the jury put a bit too much credence in the final four. So like I think that's an issue. But like I get what you're saying. Like I feel like if I were on the jury, I would want to reward like the entire game basically, not just like the final four or like something like that. Is the episode playing? No. The episode does not start for another hour. Um Again, I just decided to start a bit early, like to get the festivities going. But yeah, it starts at 8 p.m. Eastern time, 7 p.m. if you're Central time. And yeah, like we're about an hour out. If you're just joining us, be sure to join the Discord server or and subscribe if you haven't already, and just join us as we talk Survivor. Mike from 42 is similar to Jam Jam, both emotional players who want to take out people who target them, good social players and over the top edits. So just like Mike, I think Jam loses to a younger player. I don't necessarily agree with that. I mean, yes, we saw in the episode like Jan was talking about how everyone that's voted for me has been taken out, but I want to vote. I voted out every single player that voted for me, but I feel like at the end of the day, like that was I don't think that was his reasoning for taking out like those players. Like you have like you have like Josh for instance, like he was pretty much a consensus target anyway by the time of the merge. So like like and he was obviously part of the majority, and like even then like it was like survival mode. So you have that. She just reminded me like so I had to pull up Survival Wiki here. So um yeah, so Josh was one of the votes against him, obviously. The Brandon Tribal and Kane really again that was all part of like the Tikas play in the middle. Like that wasn't like solely because like Jerry voted for them. It just made sense within the game for them to do that, and that was just like a way of like the editors like giving Jan Jam like this storyline to make him seem like he had more agency. Whereas I feel like Mike, like you can obviously make the case that yeah, like the Chanel vote was pretty like decisive there, but like like it was more so the way that Mike handled those situations where it came off like Mike was being emotional there, and to a degree it was. Whereas I feel like Jan Jam, like I think Jan Jam at the end of the day was like a lot more intentional with the way he was going about it. Where it's like, yeah, that may have been a factor, but it's like I think he also had like the bigger picture of like how like these boots made sense within his game, and at the same time like be able to like play in a way to where he could present it as that at the end. I don't think it was solely based off that. Um let's see. Uh, I had the next comment up earlier. 44 is better than 41, better than 42, better than 43. That's interesting. Interesting. So you have 41 above 42. I can definitely see the debate for it. I just feel like 41 just gets like so like muddled with like the hourglass twist and like with them having to explain everything like and not again not formally explaining stuff. Whereas I feel like 42 was like a bit more concrete. Although I will admit that the casts are like both pretty good. Um, y'all are overlooking how shocked Carolyn was to see her name come up last tribal. I think it'll have a bad consequences for Jam Jam since he was deeply concerned deep taking her out, and when she goes to jury. Again, I think if we are basing it off Carolyn, I think Carolyn was just naturally shocked. Like, and I think if she were to be taken out, then I think she could understand the move. Like by the time of Final Tribal, like she literally said it herself that like she can recognize like the game aspect of her like having moves made against her, but it's like it just takes her a bit of time for her emotions to catch up. So I don't think that would be the case there. I love that Heidi had so much potential to make so many good moves with the control of vote and her idol, but missed every shot she had to make a big move. Yeah, I think that's a good point. Like I actually started recording the player ranking today, and I haven't talked about Heidi yet, but I think yeah, like I think Heidi's game is definitely a bit hard to talk about because it's like she was in the majority during the pre-merge. Like she was again like aligned with Danny and like was pretty much like kind of his second in command for the pre-merge. And then even at the merge, like again, like she was part of the Soka contingent early on. And then I think even moving forward, like to like the control vote, like I think she did do the correct move, like there, where she like chose to control Lauren's vote to ensure like that she doesn't use her extra vote there and further like guarantee that Matt goes home. But it's like really, it's like she couldn't really do much to stop it. I mean, the Ratus were already voting against her. Matt, I mean, Jan Jim was obviously voting for Matt as self preservation. So it's like she did like the optimal thing to like keep the vote count close, but it's like really it's like Matt was screwed anyway. So it's like there's that. I do think the idol though, like I mean, yeah, it's a bit less excusable, but it's like at the same time, it's like what was what was the opportunity there to make like a move? Like, I mean, I guess to idol out Carolyn, I guess, but at the same time, like it's possible that there was like that concern about her potentially like maybe like making herself like a bigger target in the future as well. Like so like I think you could definitely like make a debate there. I mean, and even before that, it's like I don't think Heidi really had many opportunities to like use the idol in a way to really benefit her game because it's like going back, it's like you have like the final seven where it's like she like the vote was split against her and Danny, and like I guess you could say she could have used her idol then, but then it's like Carson had an idol played on him anyway, and really it's like Danny goes home at that point, so it's like not much you could have done there. And before that, it's like I mean, is she really gonna use her idol to say Franny? That doesn't make a lot of sense. And even then, like, yeah, she voted for Danny, which is like not ideal either. But I get what you mean. It's like I think Heidi is someone that didn't like really control much in the game. But at the same time, if we go through like those instances where it's like she could have made a big move, it's like it's unclear like what those opportunities were. Like maybe she should have stayed there for like Final Five, like the idol, like in a way to potentially like make a move there. But it's like before that, it's like it's sort of hard to say for sure. Thoughts on when Bruce says "Let's go" in the first episode and shows three clips, one of Lauren, Jan, Jim, and Carolyn. Oh, I didn't. That's a good point there. I mean, again, it is possible. It is technically possible for a Lauren, Jan, Jim, and Carolyn final three. I mean, it's like just swap out Heidi for Lauren, but it's like again, I feel like if we look at everything before then, it's like I mean, I don't think it's the most likely scenario in the world. I really think it's going to be Jan, Jim, or Carolyn going home fifth. I mean, again, like I don't see it that way, but it's like again, like anything can happen. I think it will lead to her stumping for Carson at Final Tribal, plus Jan Jim saying everyone who targeted got voted out as being overhyped. Josh, yeah, like yeah, it's sort of signed to what I said earlier. It's like it's a good tagline, but it's like not the full reality of like what happened there. Um, on the Wikipedia page, it has a lot of spoilers on it. The family had no, it hasn't started yet. I know I am aware that like there are spoilers out there. I am not spoiled. Just to be clear. So like I don't know for sure. Obviously, I don't have like that confirmation of who the final three is or who wins, and obviously don't like post it on here. But I am aware that the spoilers are out there. So yeah, so just be a little bit careful. Music meltdown leakers spoiled the season. Um, Matt was going to be voted out the split. Yeah, so I'm guessing this is just what I mentioned earlier about like Heidi and her advantages. Man, I'm behind on chat. Marianne and Carolyn together on an All Star season. Yeah, that would be something. Like, it actually just reminded me. So, like, how crazy is it that Bruce is the first new era player to come back for another season? I mean, what a world we live in. Um, the main reason I think Carson wins is that he got a lot of focus on him being sick with the PB&J. Like Gabler focused on him being sick in episode 2. I think that was character development for Carson. I mean, maybe. I think the main difference is like the Gabler getting sick. Like that happened like in episode 2. Like I feel like the thing about like new era seasons is that like we get like I feel like the negativity, like if it comes like in the pre-merge, like or negativity, I guess, like I I feel like that's like less of a knock in the grand scheme of things. I mean, it is possible. Like, I mean, I feel like in terms of like the magnitude of those like moments, I feel like I don't think they're exactly the same. I don't think because I think like with Gabler like getting sick, like I think that was like part of his like thing with being like underestimated and like people like I guess kind of like his storyline being targeted in the pre-merge. Whereas I feel like Carson like getting like sick. I mean, it's like yeah, you can say that that was like less necessary, and that maybe that could lead to something. But it's like I'm not sure what that leads to per se because like if we look at his content during the other episodes, it's almost entirely like him being in the forefront, which ties into his game. Whereas I feel like the PB&J stuff, it's like it just felt kind of like tacked on. So like I'm not really sure like if that's what it's leading to. All right, should we catch up? Caught up now. I think Matt is more likely to vote for Jan Jim instead of Carolyn because of how similar their paths would have been if Matt survived. Yeah, I agree, and I believe on the jury scenarios video that I made, like I put Matt down as a likely vote for Jan Jam over Carson. I think you can make the debate for him being a vote for Carson because like you could debate that they view the game similarly. But I feel like yeah, like what you said, like with like Jam Jam, like their like shared status of like being underdogs during that round was like a big factor. Like, and I think the fact that Brandon was talking about like whoever survived that round was like indicative of being like the best player. So I think that could lead to Matt voting for Jam Jam. What are your thoughts on the 90-minute Survivor and Amazing Race episodes? I think it'll be interesting. I think for Survivor, obviously depends on what they do at the time, but I think for Survivor US, I think the 90 minutes could definitely like help with like some of the storytelling issues, like because like obviously like a big issue with 43 and really a lot of these new era seasons is that I feel like there was a lot happening that we weren't really seeing, and that like really that's a problem with any season. But I feel like the new era has like exacerbated that, and I think 90-minute episodes could really help with like giving more screen time for that. Like in terms of explaining the dynamics better. 90-minute Amazing Race, however, I'm gonna die. I mean, it's like, I mean, obviously I cover the Amazing Race, but it's like I feel like of the shows that I cover on this channel, it's probably the most boring. And I feel like that is reflected in my coverage of it, where it's like so much of my like power rankings and like team rankings for Amazing Race is based off like the pure results of the race, where it's like how consistently were you placing? And it's like 90-minute Amazing Race is not going to help. Like I feel like there's just going to be like more filler. I feel like I mean as it is like the 90-minute episodes that we got like the first two episodes of like no it's like the second episode of like the season 34 like that was I'm not gonna lie that was kind of brutal to watch. Like it just dragged on and on, so it's like I'm not really looking forward to 90-minute Amazing Race, but 90-minute Survivor, I think that could work. If any of the TK3 win, are they the best winner of the new era? Yes. Carson and Jan Jam, definitely, they would definitely be the best winners of the new era. And I think Carolyn, like, I think she's definitely like, she would definitely be like closer to like Gabler and Erica. But I think I think it'd be interesting to be between Carolyn and Erica. I think I might have Erica above Carolyn, maybe, but Carson and Jan Jam would be like better, and I feel like they would be the best in the new era. Imagine the alternate universe where Bruce doesn't get hurt, and him and Carolyn are a duo. Carson stays in a trio with Sarah and Helen, and Jan Jam is a lone wolf. I mean, I don't think Jan Jam is a lone wolf. I mean, I feel like Jan Jam would have been like, I felt like he would have been able to still integrate with like Bruce and the Carolyn side of things. But wouldn't Matt and Franny vote together? I mean, I don't think it's a guarantee they vote together. Like, I mean, it's possible like they could influence each other like to a degree, but I mean, again, like I think like Franny's obviously like higher on Carolyn than probably Matt is. So like I could more easily see Matt not voting for Carolyn at the end in a position where Franny would. But like I think like they definitely view the game in a similar way, but like, I feel like I could see a world where they prioritize different things. But I don't think it'll be because of the other votes for someone. I feel like 41 and 43 are poor edits for the winner since the producers didn't like the seasons or how the winners played. Yeah, like I definitely feel like there was definitely things lacking in that regard. So like I think like I think it'll be interesting. It's sort of interesting that like 41 under the radar, 42 sort of over the top and pretty telegraphed. 43 kind of under the radar, and then 44 it's like kind of over the top. But yeah, it's sort of interesting how they keep on going like it's sort of like a cycle per se. If Jesse had 143 and Carson wins 44, who do you think would be better as a player? Um, I think I would have Jesse above Carson because the thing about Carson is like I didn't really talk about this much in the jury scenarios video, and I mean I don't think he'll play that much of a factor on this season, but I think there are definitely cases where Carson could like not be respected by a jury because of his age. I mean, I think if Carson were like 5 or 10 years older, then probably Carson could be a better player in the sense that he's better physically than Jesse. Because the thing, I think my biggest issue with Jesse as a player is that he can't win a challenge to save his life. And I think that definitely came back to bite him at the end. I think strategically, and so I think they're probably around the same level. Probably have Jesse above Carson strategically. And then socially, I think Jesse would clearly be better as I feel like Jesse like definitely has more life experience and I feel like he could potentially connect with more people. Whereas I feel like Carson like I mean he was pretty good socially on this season, but I feel like there are definitely other cases. There definitely could be other seasons where like people like see Carson as a bit of a know-it-all, like you know, like definitely like a bit too young and stuff. So like I think that could be an issue for him in some cases, but I think they're both very solid players. I was mostly wrong about Carson. Like I thought Carson was going to flame out. If I'm being honest, going back to the preseason, but I would still have Jesse overall better as a player than Carson, even though Carson is better than challenges. Um, what type of pitch do you think Heidi will be pitching at FDC? So we actually got an article. So today we saw an article from the uh, Entertainment Weekly. It was basically just recapping like what the jury, what like the Final Five said at the time of the preseason, how they would pitch their games. I mean, they asked this question to everyone, and it's like they asked this to everyone in the preseason, like if you're at the end, like how would you pitch your game? And they like did like a recap today to highlight that. So let me just pull that up, and then we can just see like what they said. Because I saw it earlier and I just forgot it. So let me just pull that up. I posted it on the Discord server, didn't I? Wait, was that? Where was it? No, that's not it. I thought I posted it on here. Or was it? No, it was yesterday. That's right. It was yesterday. That was today for some reason. Oh, here it is. Okay, so let me just pull this up. Okay, so here we go. So here's what Heidi said. I would not want to say to the jury that I'm terrified. In all honesty, one of my fears would be that I go to final tribal and someone is a lot more eloquent than me because English is not my first language. So I will try my best not to tell them, listen, I'm petrified that this person is going to win because they speak better than I do. So I will definitely keep that to myself. I mean, okay, that doesn't really say much. But I think in terms of like knowing now like how the game played out, I mean, I think she'll definitely try to bring up how she was underestimated. Like, I think the fact that they mentioned on the show will definitely play a factor. She was underestimated. She like hid behind Danny for a lot of the game probably, and then like she like was sort of like sneaking her way around these big threats. Like, I think she's gonna try to claim the under the radar game, and I think that's probably going to be her pitch. I mean, will it work? I don't think it will, but I think that's what you might do. That's why I think you should always choose someone who can win a couple challenges for your preseason winner pick. Yeah, like that's definitely like a factor. I think the problem though is like it's just kind of hard to tell like who's gonna do well in challenges on any given season because like you look at like Jonathan for example, like he was obviously like a physical specimen and he dominated in like the pre-merge challenges, but then like post-merge it's like he was definitely a lot less so. Like, did he win any post-merge challenges? I don't. He might have won one, but like, did he win anything? Oh, no. Oh, come on. Oh, there we go. Okay, so he won two immunities in the post merge, but still, like compared to like how he did in the pre merge, like it's not like that dominant. And that's sort of like an extreme case where it's like Jonathan, like you could clearly tell he was like bigger than everyone else. But it's like I feel like in terms of like challenge performance, like I feel like sometimes it can just be hard to tell like who's gonna do well in challenges. Like it's really like just seeing like how they do. It's like that can really make a difference. Like like you definitely have to factor into that to a degree, but it's like like sometimes it can just be a bit of a crapshoot. Um, Another reason I think Jan Jam loses is because the past three players who had the most confessionals heading to the finale have lost so far in the new era: Deshaun, Mike, and Jesse. Oh yeah, Jan Jan did have the most confessionals. I mean, again, like I don't generally pay attention to like the number of confessionals per se. Like I think like when you like look at it, like so much of it is like about like, the storytelling. Like I think that's like really key more than anything else. Like so, I mean, it definitely is a trend, but it's like I don't think that should be like the sole like determining factor in like how many confessionals did you get. Did you know about the pre-COVID 41 that would have happened if not for COVID? Oh, you mean like Zach's video? Yeah, I did see Zach's video. Like it's actually like pretty entertaining. Like I highly recommend it. But yeah, like that was interesting. So it's like, yeah, so it's like it was like Voce. Um, I wrote it down somewhere, didn't I? Didn't I write it down? Um, and my computer's starting to lag. Okay. No, that's not it. Wait. Yeah, I'm getting sidetracked, but yeah, I did see the video. Like it was pretty fun, pretty interesting. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Yeah, so it was Brad, Cassidy, Danny, Erica, Heather, Zach, Bruce, Jesse, Jonathan, Matthew from Raw 2, Tori, and Voce. What a group that would have been. Also, like Bruce, like he just went through the absolute ringer in terms of like the yeah, he just went through the ringer in terms of the challenges. Casting, I mean. Also, hi, Churio. I see you're part of the server as well. Oh my god. Oh, send it in chat. Yeah, so let me see if I can pull it back up. Yeah, I'm just gonna post it in chat. Right. Yeah, the spacing kind of sucks, but I literally copied and pasted it from Discord. I chose Franny because I could see her winning a couple challenges to save herself. I mean, she did win. Yeah, she did win 2 challenges, so like you're not wrong there. But, like again, my thing with Franny from the preseason was like I just felt like she reminded me too much of Aubrey. Like I felt like she had a lot of potential to give off those type of vibes in the preseason, to where it's like yeah she can make a deep run, but then it's like how will people perceive her down the road? And I felt like that was my main like worry with her. But yeah, she did pretty well, all things considered. Well, yeah, Deshaun did have the most confessionals going into the 41 finale. Um, yeah, Yeah, it was Danny McCrae from 41, not Danny from 44. We are now 30 minutes from the start of the finale. So again, if you're just joining us, be sure to like and subscribe. Also, be sure to join the Discord server. I believe the link to join is in the description. So if you haven't already, be sure to do that. So I did think to myself, like, should I like do something? Like, I thought it might be fun to like do something like do like a sporkle quiz or something. Let me just see if I can pull one up. What's a good Survivor quiz to take? Let's try the BuzzFeed one. Okay, so I thought this one would be funny, like because BuzzFeed and everything. This Survivor test was designed to choose the best possible contestants for the next season. Would you know enough to be chosen? Okay, let's do this. Which castaway spent the third most days competing? So we have Rob, Suri, Rupert, and Ozzy. So Rod spent the most days. I know that. Suri, is it Suri? Because yeah, so like Suri had like three really deep runs. Yeah, and then like Ozzy, like he had like two deep runs, and then like he had like two like middling runs. And you have Rupert, like he just had three deep runs. I'll say Suri. Oh my god. Oh, it's Ozzy? Yeah, so Rob had the most, like wow, Ozzy is third. Oh, I must have misread the question. Like, yeah, that was dumb. Who is the only player to attend every tribal without being voted out? That's Denise, obviously. Which Swedish reality show is Survivor based off of? Expedition Robinson. Know that. Which Survivor winner forgot to pay tax? That's Richard Hatch. Uh-huh. What prize is considered the car curse? Yeah, a lot of these questions are pretty. Aside from the third most days one, like a lot of these are pretty easy. Which survive? Who won twice? Sandra. Which castaway vote? Oh my god. Yeah, these are really easy. This castaway made the worst possible move at tribal council. Oh, so I guess we're not so conveniently forgetting about brain enhance, which is sort of funny there. Also, obviously Jenna as well. First castaway voted out of David vs Goliath. Jessica Pete. Yeah, they did try to trick us here with throwing Pat. Of the following countries who doesn't have a version of Survivor: France, China, Ecuador, Canada. I'm assuming this was made before Survivor Quebec. So, but yeah, technically Canada has Survivor now. How many days does the longest day last? 42. Wu Huang won the final immunity and decided to bring which castaway to the end? Tony. Which celebrity has not appeared on the show? Jason, Ryan Lochte. He wasn't Big Brother though. In the Traders. This item is one of the funniest fake outs of all time. Leaf stick. Which castaway was voted by the public to return in Cambodia following her San Juan del Sur game? It's Kelly Wentworth. Which season revolved heavily around the All Stars? Which season's Tribal Council set was a lighthouse and authentic shipwreck? Game Changers. Why is the name of the theme song Agent Voices? Three truths and a lie. Split the lie. Season slogan was compete in intelligence. Season had play. Had the final two. Yep. But I'm Angelina as her jacket. I'd be the sole survivor. Really? This would make me the sole survivor, knowing that Angelina wanted Lyris's jacket? Really knowing that Game Changers had Lighthouse, like really this is what makes you a sole survivor apparently. Yeah, I wasn't even looking at chat here. Sorry, you said you did say Aussie for the third most days. Like, yeah, it goes to show what I know. You know what? Let's try another one. Let's try the one by CBS. The toughest survivor trivia on any island, anywhere. Um. Oh wait, no, this isn't a quiz. Oops. Um. Let's try this one. The ultimate survivor quiz. All right. Who won season 1? Richard. What season was Ulster 8? What season took place in cold, snowy weather? Depends on what you mean by cold and snowy, but nowhere. Who was not a contestant on season 12? Rafe. Who did not win Survivor? Rupert. Yeah, I'm guessing they meant Jen Maraska. Who went on Get Married? Robin Amber. Yeah, I feel like this was made a while ago. What show did they meet on? Who's the host? How many of the first 11 seasons has a woman won? So you have Tina, Vesepia, Jenna, Sandra, Amber, and Danny. So that's 6. How many times in the first 11 seasons has the final 2 come down to 2 men? So for there, you have Brian and Clay. You have you have yes, there's only one. Out of the first 11 season, who was the oldest contestant to win? Tina. Yeah, it was Tina. Who was the youngest to win? Jenna. Yeah, this was made a while ago. Which season had the highest number of players born out? Oh, was it the? Oh yeah, it was. Oh yeah, I should know that. Oldest to win. Yeah, this. Yeah, that was an old quiz. How long would you last on the show? This will be interesting. How long would you last on Survivor? If you hadn't had anything to eat or drink for 24 hours, what would you hold out for? If you're drinking muddy water, you mean what would I sit out of the challenge for? I'm guessing it wanted me to say I'd wait for the steak, but realistically, I probably wouldn't sit out for anything, or at least I shouldn't. Um, what are the other questions? Is that the only question? Because there's 10 questions on here. Oh, if I double click. Yeah, I don't see a next button. Oh well. Let's try another one. TV Insider. Wait, where is it? Put your. Oh, here it is. How well do you know Survivor? And this was made in 2013. I mean, this year. So, which player spent the most days playing? Belson Rob, we know that. Was minimum age required to play Survivor? Well, it's obviously 16. Since Jeff wants teenagers on Survivor. Who's the king of hidden media idols, providing 5 throughout their time on the show? I'm guessing they mean, yeah, it's Russell. Because he found 3. Yeah, he found 3 on Samoa, and then he found like 2 more on Heroes vs. Villains. You can steal. You can steal another player's vital false since they're personal items. Only 2 people played a perfect game. One is JT, who's the other? It's Cochran. How many seasons did Parvati play? She played 4 times. Who received the most votes against him throughout their time on the show? Most votes of all time, Andrea. Players spend a week with each other before filming, but aren't allowed to speak with each other. True. Who has the most immunity wins throughout their time on the show? Boss and Rob. Yeah, definitely the most of those people, at least. How many medevacs have there been? I think it was. I made the video, so I think it's 17. So let's see. There is Bruce, Scoopin, Bruce, Penner, James, Joe, Mike Barossi, Russell Swan, Courtney Moon, Colton, Shamar, Eric, um, um, Terry technically is considered a medevac. Then you have Caleb, Neil, Joe. Then you have Pat Cusack, and then you have Jackson. So it's 17. All right. Yeah, I know that already. Fill my email. All right, I'm just gonna subway so I don't have this. What do you know? Perfect score. All right, that was fun. All right, let's see chat here. They ain't casting no 16-year-olds. Well, not yet, at least. I would know. Matthew from 44. No, he is a quit. Technically speaking, but even then, this was like before like that happened on the show anyway. But technically, he's a quit. Although with that's right with Bruce, like technically it's like 18 now, isn't it? Yeah, so this is before the season started, obviously. Are they still counted? Yeah, it's counted as quit. Would you bring back Brad for a return if you're casting fraternity season? He would not be my priority. I feel like at this point, like there are enough like priorities, both from the new era, but also from the seasons before, to where I wouldn't probably have him. But he'd be a fun like random pick or wild card. What do you think 46 will be? Well, didn't we get confirmation that it'd be all newbies, like 45 and 46? Or at least like 45 is like mostly newbie. But I think we got confirmation that 46 will be newbie. Um let's see. Ultimate Survivor trivia quiz. Okay. So let's see how we do here. In Survivor 42, how many castaways won immunity by risking their tribal council votes on the shot in the dark gambit? Wait, how many won immunity by playing their shot in the dark? Zero. Okay. Who is the youngest Survivor winner to date? Fabio. Yep. What was not a Beware Advantage phrase from Survivor 41? Yep. If not, said Park, it's say be rich. Though its exact composition varies from season. Ancient Voices, we know that. Carson is younger than Fabio, so if he wins, he'd be the youngest winner. Who was the first survivor ever to find a Himi idol? Gary. How many seasons has he replayed? She played 4 times. Of the following players, who is the only person to not win re-entry into the game by winning a duel on Redemption Island? Coach. Which of the following seasons was not started by a schoolyard pick? So Capone, Cook Islands. Which castaway received 36 votes, more than the player? Andrea. Which is not true about Survivor Palau. No merge. Oh, yeah, technically no merge. 2 players without. Yep. They both right. In this moment, Parvati played 2 wilds in the merge to protect her. Which hero was eliminated? JT. First 2-time winner, Sandra. Where has Survivor been sent since Fiji? Who is the oldest person to win Survivor? Bob Crowley. I love how they have a picture of Joe on here for some reason. Which castaway? Wrote out her own mother, Sierra Easton. Who was the first Big Brother alum to play Survivor? Hayden. What's the listed profession of 43's winner? Heart valve specialist. Awesome. All right, we are now about 15 minutes from the start of the show. 13 minutes, that's right. So, hi, Game End. I see you are here. Yeah, Carson, when he can't print a 3D fire tonight, yeah, he can't. I mean, he should have. Should have printed a 3D printer. Um, who's our guesses for the W? Well, I think Jam Jam's gonna win. Yeah, he. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. It's Jam Jam. What's cracking, y'all? Well, we're cracking some Survivor quizzes right now to pass the time. All right, let's see. Maybe we can do like another quiz. All right. Are there any good ones? Let's try. Let's try. Let's try this one. All right. Who won Survivor Borneo? B. What is Coach's birth name? B. Who found the idol on Cook Islands? Yule. Which winner called the business a business trip? Brian. What country was Africa set in? Kenya. Which of these winners has a perfect voting record? It's not Aris, not Vesepia, and it's not which Natalie though? Not Natalie Anderson, so also GT. Wait, really? They mean Natalie White? When was this made? Yeah, they probably meant Natalie White. So whatever. Let's try it again. Yeah, this is a minefield. So B, B, C, A, D. Yeah, I guess they wanted me to say Natalie. Who's the only Q trade to return for All Stars? Only, yeah. So all the people on this. Wait. Okay, so clearly this was made before like Cambodia at least. So I'll just say Alicia. Yeah, this was clearly made like a while ago. What show did Sesame over to apply to her big brother? Who ran for the Drake tribe in the Outcast Challenge? Um, it's probably that's a really specific question. I'll just say Rupert. Oh, wait, what? That's weird. Yeah, I think it just stop. Oh, so wait, so it's giving me multiple chances. Who did Willard vote for? I think she, oh, during the trial with Karen. Yeah, I'm not good at that. Let's take another look at chat. Next returning season will be 50. I mean, I would assume so. I hope so. I mean, I know a lot of people are disappointed that we didn't get a that 46 man that be returning, but yeah, that's unfortunate. What's this one? Can you pick the Survivor contestants that match all the criteria? All right. Cast went played on any of the first 20 seasons. So am I supposed to just narrow this all down? Play multiple times. Was on the season with Redemption Island or Exile Island. Finalist on Heroes vs. Villains. Found an Idol. Was on Token Sheens. Won by unanimous vote. So JT. Oh. So JT. Um. Oh, it changes. Um. Played one individual immunity Redemption Island duel. Okay, so they won a Redemption Island duel. So wait, I'm confused. So this gets rid of the winner aspect of it. Oh my god. Um okay, so it was coach. Okay, so it's just narrowing it down. So found an idol. Okay, so so it's either Danielle or Russell. Yeah, so it's Russell. All right. And then after that, Danielle. Finalist. Did Tina won immunity? Was on a season with Redemption or Exile. Oh, Yao Man. Multiple times. Courtney. One individual immunity. So that Dara, John Robert, and Jeffra. Perfect. All right, we are now less than 10 minutes away, and I'm just gonna step aside for a quick moment. I'm just gonna step aside for to use the restroom. BRB. Okay. Right. Wow, the time. All right, the time really flew by, if you ask me. Like, I thought I was gonna be like here for like forever and stuff, but it's like, wow, we're already over an hour into stream. But here we are, 5 minutes away. If you're just joining us, be sure to like and subscribe. Also join the Discord server if you haven't already. And also, I will not be sharing the broadcast on screen. You're gonna have to find your own way of watching the finale. But I will be giving my live reactions to the finale as it's playing out. All right, what do we got here? Wait, did I do a live stream in 41? I kind of forget now. Like, I think my first live stream was like the BB Can 10 finale. I did a live stream for 42. Hello, Payo Time Canadian Rams fan. Um, what's going on here? I want to see a pre-juror season. Yeah, that could be fun. Um, I'm a hostage, and the gunman's taking him off to the basement to replace him with another body double. No, no, not quite. Yeah, I should probably switch it over to the TV. Yeah, because I technically started this channel after 41 ended because I did so the first season I covered was 41 obviously, but I actually covered it on my other channel, which is the Gumball 2 channel. But I believe my first video ever on here was like my postseason coverage for 41. And then ever since I've been doing all my content on here. Let me just get the show on. And hopefully, obviously this is going to be much smoother than the BB Can, which is like a disaster. But here we go. Got the show on. Um, who should I pick to book a cameo to trash talk my survivor off his fantasy? Fairplay, Devons, or Danny from this season? Um, I mean, it depends on your sense of humor, I guess. I mean, I think Fairplay might be more recognizable, obviously, like, and like might be more cool, I guess. But like, I could see the debate for like Devons or even Danny, depending on like what your sense of humor is. Like, I feel like Fairplay is the most likely to like. I feel like he's the most well rounded in terms of getting like reactions. Almost at 1,000. Yeah, we are. We're getting there. You know, can't complain too much. Also, isn't yeah, Thanamel's like doing a live stream too, so like that's kind of cool. But yeah, we're here, we're chilling, we're DK chilling. Oh, you're also watching Thanamels? I mean, I'm not seeing it, but like, is he doing anything like cool? Like, I'm guessing it's like similar. We have both of us on. Like, that must be that must be interesting. Yeah, I know, like, yeah, Thamel, it's like, like, I know, like, he's, like, mainly, like, a Big Brother channel, but it's, like, yeah, he's pretty cool, like, like, not bad viewing, if you ask me. All right, we are now 1 minute away from the start. Hi, Charlie Group, how you doing? All right, it is now 8 o'clock. The show hasn't started yet for me, but it's like it's about to, obviously. So again, I'm not going to be showing the show on the screen. You have to find your own way of watching it. But I again will be giving my live reactions. And if you haven't already, join the Discord server, subscribe and stuff. All right, here we go. All right, so Jeff's talking right now. It's really well lit. All right, he's just laying down the stakes here. In beautiful Fiji. Maybe. All right. All right, here we go. Should be getting started here right about now. Showing the edge of Extinction Island here. I'm guessing that's where they're going. How embarrassing that was that they brought all their stuff and like Jeff won. Jeff must have been like pissed during that on that. They literally brought all their stuff. All right, Jan Jan's talking. Oh yeah, it is 3 hours. Yeah, it's 3 hours, baby. Yep. Buckle up. We're here for 3 hours. All right, so Carolyn's talking about Heidi playing the idol. All right. All right, so Carolyn's talking about how she can find the idol. Oh wow! So she just told Jan Jan that she's gonna look for the idol. Maybe. So, so Carolyn's trying to get Carson to look for the idol with him, with her. I'm ahead of you. Oh yeah, so yeah, I'll just like describe what's happening as it's happening. But yeah, I mean, feel free to like pause or like stuff if you're like behind at all. So I guess it's sort of the opposite from like BB Cam, where it's like BB Cam was like super behind what was happening. All right, so Jan Jam has like a piece of wood that's like, I guess he was just teasing the Tikas here. All right, so not much is happening. It's just morning. Well, we know another isle is going to be hidden, so we know that from like the yeah from just podcast. Yeah, Jan Jan trolling. All right, so Heidi's talking about not regretting her idol play. Now she's like talking about like everyone idol hunting here. All right, so I think they're just going through each player right now and just like they're making their pitches for like why they're gonna win. She's talking about how she's like the last Soka and how she's like been like a bit under the radar and stuff. All right, so Carolyn's giving her pitch now. She's emotional, but it helps. Who do you think is finding it? I don't know. I think probably Carolyn, or maybe Jan Jan. Like they're like having him like tease about it. Maybe that'll be like a misdirect kind of. All right, Jan Jan's doing his pitch now. Thank you, EKJ27, for joining the server. All right, so it looks like Carson's pretty close to it right now. All right, so Carson's talking about how he's been relying on numbers instead of advantages, which respectable. Yep, it's right in plain sight. All right, so wait, is Lauren gonna find the idol since she's the last one to like give her pitch? All right, she's talking about her adversity and stuff. Maybe Lauren finds the idol. I mean, it's possible. All right, she's talking about wanting to break up the Tikas here. Got some action. All right, so Carolyn and Carson talking about them still being together. All right, so now Lauren's talking about Carson being the big threat, which again you would think you think that would have been the case like last week instead of like the talk about Carolyn, but it's like Lauren's talking about Carson's being the threat right now. All right, Lauren's still talking about this. All right, so now Carolyn's talking about Carson being the biggest threat. Probably. All right, so no one's found the idol yet, by the way. No one's found it. All right, we're now at commercial break. All right, so time for consumer cellular. They're showing Franny and Carolyn complimenting each other. All right, so we are now commercial break. I don't know. Should I do these quizzes during commercial break? Probably something to pass the time at least. Has it started yet? Yes, we are live now. What is this? Is the DreamWorks movie? Survivor said outlasted. Can you name the Survivor players that had spent 75 plus days in the game? Well, sure I can. Rob, Amanda. Oh boy, it's lagging. We're lagging here. Parvati, Ozzy. Oh, Sari. Andrea. All right, who do we got here? Sandra. Coach. Oh yeah, Coach. Tyson. Jeremy. Uh, Tony. Yep. Sarah. Uh, no, not Kim. think who else is there. There's Colby. Yep, Colby. Um, Amber. Yep, Amber. All right, let's think through the multi. Malcolm. Yep, Malcolm. Okay. Uh, Jerry probably. Rupert, obviously. Yeah, I'm just going back to the boot order of no, not Danielle. All right, we're getting a Big Brother commercial. Wait, wait a minute. That's so weird. Oh my god, I haven't been showing the quiz. Whoops. But yeah, I'm doing this quiz of players that have lasted more than 75 days. Yeah, I'm just going through the boot order of heroes vs villains. Natalie. Oh yeah, Natalie, Michelle, Ben. Yep, Ben, Denise, Nick. Oh, instant Nick hasn't lasted. Um, yeah, I'm gonna stop this after commercial ends. Jenna Lewis? No. Eric? No, not Eric. All right, we're back. All right, we're now getting to the immunity challenge. Come on in. I'm watching it on CBS Solomon. Is that Solomon Islands? Are you surprised they didn't put an advantage for the challenge? Not really. I mean, Jeff did say on the podcast that there was going to be an idol. I'm surprised no one's found it yet, though, which is a bit interesting. Interesting for a few minutes. Didn't really get much. Yeah, yeah. There's not much going on right now outside of like establishing that. I guess Carson's not the big threat. Where you get yeah, it's back on. All right, so now we're getting to the immunity challenge. All right, now Jeff's talking about how unique the Final Four round is. And yeah, he's calling it fire. I don't get why he calls it fire making showdown. Like, I get sounds nicer than forced fire making. All right, so I guess this is also for reward. Where good things happen. Yeah, yeah. Jeff's really trying this season to like make the sanctuary a thing. Like he even talked about on the podcast about like how he wants it to be like this tagline where good things happen. All right, so the challenge is going on right now. It's a nice view though, like on from top of that tower. They'll show someone find the idol after the challenge, most likely Carson or Jan Jam if one doesn't win immunity. Oh yeah, there's definitely gonna be a scramble after the challenge, probably. Where can I watch? Any link? I don't have any links, fortunately for Survivor. But yeah, you could definitely try looking around online. Yeah, so Jan Jam's last in the challenge right now. Bit unfortunate. All right, so right now it looks like Heidi's in the lead, along with yeah, the others are catching up. Yeah, Jan Jam's in last. They'll show someone, or they'll make it seem like Carson or Jan Jam is getting the boot, but then they play an idol and then they show up. Yeah, I could see that. Like, especially with it, Final Five usually being like the not the most interesting round in the world. I could see that happening. I do not have a link, unfortunately. Um, all right, so Carson's now ahead, and Heidi's like close behind. Yeah, I don't have a link to the episode, unfortunately. I'm watching like I have cable, so like I'm able to watch it on my phone. All right, Lauren's starting. Lauren's like middle of the pack right now. Yeah, Carolyn and Jan Jan were like super far behind. All right, so now they're at the puzzle. It's like I believe it was like the circle puzzle. Yeah, they did this puzzle in 42 during the Final Five. Like, yeah, because I know Mike won that. Yeah, Mike won like that puzzle. All right, Carolyn still struggling, can't get the key. Honestly, keep forgetting Heidi's a player in this season. Yeah, doesn't she have like the least amount of confessionals like of like this Final Five? I think so. I think the answer, which is kind of forgettable. Like, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, so Carson is at yeah, so it's a race between Carson and Heidi right now. It looks like right. Carolyn's just getting now to the puzzle. All right, so we're still doing the challenge. So I wonder, like, is the reward like something else I realized? So like, I do wonder, like, if the L hasn't been found yet, like, could the winner of the challenge just like take someone they want to target just to keep them from like going back to camp and getting the idol? Because Jeff said they were going to the sanctuary, where good things happen. Yeah, gotta make sure I say that. So yeah, that could be an interesting strategy. Like if like they're allowed to take someone and they just like take someone else to not deny them a chance of getting the idol. Like that could be interesting. I wonder who will win. Will it be Carson or Carson the Pole guy? Well, Carson's in the thick of things. Like yeah, Carson's like doing well at this. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Carson's about to win this. Yep. All right. Yep. And just like that, Carson has one immunity. Makes sense. I mean, that's probably why they show Carson being the threat before the challenge. So, question now is, will Carson be able to take anyone with him to the sanctuary? Who would have saw that coming? I know, it's crazy, right? All right, so he's get all right. Okay, so he can only bring one person. All right. Oh wow. So he took Jam Jam on reward. This is gonna be interesting. I mean, because now you have. I'm guessing he has faith that Carolyn could get the idol, maybe, or maybe he's not thinking of it in that terms. I mean, he probably should. I want to be likely they don't allow him to bring people, so we can just get to watch Carson silently eating. I mean, yeah, that could have been like funny, but I don't know. I think there's a strategic component to all this. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter that much to Carson, considering like yeah, like he can like no longer like be voted out. So like it's just a matter of like who he thinks he could be in fire slash like who like would be a problem for him. So it's commercial again. We're getting a commercial for that Elemental movie, which is looks pretty dumb if you ask me. Like it just seems like a pretty like standard like Romeo and Juliet story. I don't know. I think it looks pretty dumb. New Carson was going to win immunity at 5. Yeah, like it largely makes sense. Like he seemed pretty built for that challenge. So yeah, and he had a pretty big lead too by the end of it. Are you surprised he didn't put an advantage in the challenge? Again, like we knew from the podcast that they were putting an idol there, so it's like, why would they put in a challenge advantage when they also had an idol? So it's like, I think they just want to switch it up, I guess. Are you surprised he chose Jan Jan for the reward? Kind of. I mean, you had to assume that they're doing it for strategic reasons, because like, assuming again, this is assuming the idol hasn't been found yet. You had to think like, okay, so like I'm taking this one person on reward. This person is probably not going to get a chance to look for the idol, and by the time they get back to camp, like the idol could very well be found by that point. So you have to think about like who you don't want to have the idol, and it's like on some level it doesn't really matter for Carson because like either way, like he's guaranteed at least fire, but he could also like like try to potentially like target Jam Jam here. That could be interesting. Did anyone find the idol? No, the idol has not been found yet. The idol has not been found. Yeah, you can watch on CBS, watch on Paramount Plus. Like, who won the season? We don't know yet. Yeah, it's still going on. Yeah, so it's still commercial. Like, I mean, I don't know. Do I do a quiz? Probably not. Who do I want to win? I mean, I don't really have like that strong of a preference. Like, I guess like if I was going purely off personal preference, I think Carolyn win would be cool. I think Cars really any of the Tikas like winning would be somewhat satisfying. I think. I still think Lauren goes at 5 if she doesn't find it. Yeah, I think so too. Although, like, you do have to consider the possibility that maybe they will flip now. That could be a factor. You're rooting for Carolyn or Carson. Those aren't bad picks. I like both of them. All right, we are now back from commercial. They're showing the reward, sanctuary where good things happen. Well, depends on what you mean by good. Hmm. I don't know about that. I would not. I would not put the cake on the same plate as the pasta. I'd wait. There already says I'm not aware of any websites for Survivor US at least. You could try looking. All right, so they're talking. All right. All right, so Jam Jam is talking about Carolyn being a threat, but Carson's kind of pushing back. Jam Jam thinks that Carolyn can spin the idol play to her advantage. Yeah, so Jan Jan's all about going for Carolyn here. I would not. That sounds like a quote. I'm just being honest. Like knowing me, like I'm very picky when it comes to pasta, and it's like if I were Carson, I. All right, so Carson's targeting Lauren, by the way. But anyway, I just know if it was me, I would want to get the pasta first, eat it up, and then get a separate plate, and then get the chocolate cake, and then have that separately, sort of like wash, like as a good way to wash it down. That's just me. Like I'm weird when it comes to pasta. Like I said, Carson wants to target Lauren here, which again like begs the question like why didn't he pick Lauren for the reward to deny her that chance to look for it? Unless it's already been found. Like that's the only rationale from a strategic standpoint. So they're clearly on the edge of Extinction Island. All right, so Lauren seems to think she's the target here. Again, I will admit, that I may have. A part of me feels like I underestimated Lauren's chances in her jury scenarios video. I feel like it's similar to Carolyn, where it's like it's hard to pinpoint like who exactly would vote for Lauren, but there is still like I wouldn't be shocked if we learned afterwards that Lauren really was his massive jury threat, even like with Jamie's comments aside. All right, so they're showing this flashback now. All right, so Lauren is telling Carolyn that Jan Jan put her name out there, so she's trying to get her to target Jan Jam. Okay, so I think all right, so yeah, I think it's pretty clear Lauren's going home here. I just don't see her flipping against Jan Jam by the end of it. I would be kind of shocked if Jan Jan goes at 5. Jan Jan doesn't go at 5. Him or Carson wins. Um, again, again, I still think it's between Jan Jam and Carson. I mean, Jan Jam and Carolyn to actually win the game. Again, I still think Carson's losing fire. You're rooting for Jam Jam. Again, not a bad pick. I mean, I like Jam Jam. Yeah, so no idol hunt so far. So either no one finds it or they're gonna do a flashback. I would be shocked if they did a flashback. Jam made the season entertaining. I mean, yeah. I mean, he's a big character. Like really him and Carolyn like were like a big part of the show. Like even Danny had his moments. I feel like. Okay. All right. So Jam thinks Carolyn is targeting. Yeah, because Carolyn just said she just told Jam like we should put a Tika on the jury, which is like super weird. What's happened in the finale so far? So Carson won Final Five immunity, and right now they're scrambling. So and the targets seem to be between they seem to be between Lauren and Carolyn. All right, so Carson's like being annoyed by Carolyn. Again, I still think Lauren's going here. Yeah, idol. Yeah, there's an idol been planted, but no one's been shown to find it yet. All right, so now Carson and Jam are talking about flipping against Carolyn. So clearly, this is setting up like Carolyn like finding the idol, right? Either this is like a misdirect, or Carolyn's finding the idol, and it's gonna be like this big shock moment. Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. More likely I can see Carson flipping here. I mean, it's possible. I mean, I don't know. I still think it's gonna go back to like whatever Carson's first instinct was. Plays in, then there's a flashback. Yeah, yeah, it's very possible. All right, so I guess they're gonna show Lauren looking for the idol again. I don't think she's gonna find it at this point. Yeah, yeah, I just don't think she's gonna find it. She's shown looking for it. All right, yeah, she was just shown looking for it again, and they cut to the idol hiding in the tree. I don't think she has it. I don't think. I hope Janet finds it. It'd be quite the choice if you use it. Yeah, but Janjan's not shown looking for it. Like, I mean, I think as far as he's concerned, it's between Lauren and Carolyn as the targets right now. So I don't think Janjan's likely to find it. All right, so they're probably about to go to commercial here. Yep. And we're getting NBA Finals commercial. Is Carolyn a target? She seems to be. Thank you, Alan, for joining the server. Looks interesting. Maybe Lauren found it, or maybe there's a shot from earlier and someone already found. Yeah, I don't think Lauren found it. I think either nobody has it and it's just a straight up Lauren vote, or Carolyn found it earlier and they're gonna cut to a flashback of her finding it, and then she's gonna play it, and then Lauren's gonna go home. I still think Lauren's going home based on what we're seeing here. I would be kind of surprised if Carolyn goes. So we're at commercial now. We're about to go to Tribal Council here, Final Five. If you're just joining us, we are reacting live to the season finale for Survivor 44. If you haven't already, be sure to like and subscribe. Join the Discord server. Like we like to have a lot of fun around here. But yeah, we're just chilling and watching this finale. This wouldn't be an issue for Lauren if they made Carson and Jan Jam draw rocks. Yeah, draw rocks. Like it's Final Five. Like you can't draw rocks at five. Like because like it's an odd number. Can't really get a deadlock that way. Still interesting how it all unfold under the reward, and no one wants to talk with Jan Jam and Carolyn. Yeah, that's true. That's interesting. Who do you think about the idol? Uh, if anyone, Carolyn. Is anyone streaming it? I'm not aware of anyone streaming it. I am not streaming it. I'm just sharing my reactions and chilling. Carolyn saying she'd vote for Jan Jan. Maybe is her foreshadowing giving him a jury vote. I mean, maybe. I mean, that's possible. I mean, I think Yeah, because I think in my jury scenarios video, I think most of them had me having Carolyn voting for Jam Jam over Carson. So I think that's a factor. Thank you, Cephas, for joining the server. I think I said that name right. Or is it Shafus? Alright, so we're still at commercial here. Alright, we are back from commercial. It is now time for tribal. See, I told you Carolyn seeing her name at last tribal would have consequences for Jam Jam. Yeah, that seems to be the case here. Again, I still think it'll lead to Lauren going home, but I think it could lead to like a Final Four. Like, it definitely could have implications down the road. Who won immunity? Carson has the immunity necklace. Carson won immunity. All right, so they're at tribal now. All right, so let's see what happens here. Well, Lauren's pretty confident she's just going home here. Could a 2-2 tie rock scenario happen if someone plays her shot in the dark? Yes, but shot in the dark expires at final 7, so no one can use her shot in the dark here. Sounds like she has an idol. I mean, it is possible, but like again, I think this is still like a. I mean, it's possible, but like I'm not convinced right now. Yeah, shot in the dark is gone. Do you think Carolyn is safe? I mean, it's not a guarantee. There is technically a shot she goes home. I don't think she's going home, but again, she is technically vulnerable here. Have you ever seen Shot in the Dark actually save someone? I mean, Jamie was obviously the first to successfully play it, but she didn't get any votes at this tribal, or at that tribal. Although she technically was target at one point, but like by tribal, she wasn't getting any votes. So technically, yes, but not really. The only impact Shot in the Dark has ever had was sending Sydney home over Evie in 41. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, because if she didn't play it, it would have been a tie, and she stays on the revote over Evie. Shot in the Dark has only worked once with it. Yeah. Well, again, like she used it because she was technically a target at one point, but by tribal, the target has shifted. Uh, what's happening at tribal right now? Well, they're just talking. Yeah, so they're talking about like whether there could be an idol or not. Yeah, they're just talking about that right now. So technically, Shot in the Dark was used to save someone. It's just that it didn't save the user, but instead it saved Evie. Yeah, in a sense, it did. Yeah, yeah. I guess from that perspective, yes, shot in the dark did save someone, just not the person that used it. Well, you should have won immunity then. All right, so Lauren's crying right now. She's talking about how proud she is. Successful shot in the dark play is a win, but if you can negate votes with it, massive W. Yeah. All right, so Lauren's talking about again. A lot of this just feels like Lauren wrapping up her storyline of like her being a mother and like her like how she's yeah like this all feels very journey like. So I feel like this is more indication of her going home than anything else. But we'll see what happens. Oh, Jeff. I think Jam Jam wins in fire against anyone. To be honest, yeah, I think Jam Jam. Yeah, Jam Jam's one of the better fire makers. Like I feel like probably if I had to rank the fire makers, I think Heidi and Jam Jam are probably the best. After that, I think Lauren could be interesting. And then you'd think Carson would be good at fire. You'd think like with all this talk about how prepared he is, like that he'd be good at fire. But it's like I don't know. I feel like the fact that they talk so much about how prepared he is, like maybe it's like fire's the one thing he didn't prepare for, or maybe it's like they're showing him as like this like perfect player, but like it's like an Achilles heel that oh the one thing I suck at is fire. Like I could see it. I could see that being another angle towards Carson losing fire here. I would love to be a Tika member sitting with Lauren and Heidi at the end. Yeah, like yeah, I think that would be interesting. All right, we are now getting to the vote. It is now time to vote. You think Lauren had an edit from how much time they're giving her? Again, like I never had that much faith in Lauren. Like I feel like yeah, she does get some personal content, but I feel like it's so much of it's circumstantial. Like she's only getting content when she like goes on rewards and like now where it's like she's one of only 5 people left, so yeah, she has to get content. All right, just getting the votes. Who do you think is about to leave? Again, I think it's Lauren, but we'll see what happens. All right, now it's the moment of truth. It's the moment of truth. Does anyone have an idol? What's this? All right, Lauren just faked. Yeah, Lauren just faked everyone out. All right, so no one has the idol. That was a dud. All right, first vote is for Jam Jam. Lauren, one vote Jam Jam, one vote Lauren. Heidi, one vote Jam Jam, one vote Lauren, one vote Heidi. Yeah, I don't know where that Heidi vote came from. Lauren, 2-1-1. All right, here we go. Oh no, we lost Lauren. Lauren has been voted out 3-1-1. Yeah, it was 3 to 1 1. So let's think about this. So I'm just trying to think. Like, I mean, it's possible they split the vote here. Yeah, yeah. I don't think. Yeah, so I think Lauren voted Jam Jam. All right, well, all right. We'll see the votes here. So Lauren voted for Jam Jam. Jam Jam voted Heidi, and then everyone else voted for Lauren. Yep. So Heidi was a vote for Jam Jam. Lauren voted Heidi. Yeah, I'm not sure what. Yeah, that's so weird. So like that the split happened that way. Lauren was voted out in a 3 to 1 vote. And with that, we are at the final four of Jam Jam, Carson, Carolyn, and Heidi. So we are now guaranteed at least two Tikas will get to final tribal here. So let's look at the jury scenarios now. Thank you SXMY for joining the Discord server. Who did Heidi vote? Heidi voted for Lauren. So yeah, so it was Carson, Heidi, yeah, Carson, Heidi, and Carson all voted for Lauren. Jan Jam voted Heidi, and Heidi voted Jan Jam. Yeah, that sounds about right. Who did Heidi vote for? She voted for Jam Jam. Anyway, let's get these jury scenarios open up. No, that's not it. All right, so that knocks out all the scenarios with Lauren in it. So what? That's yeah. So that's 10, 10, 9, 6, 6, 4, and 2 that were knocked out. But yeah, really, the final four is the round that will have like the most intrigue. I'm shocked no one found the idol. I wonder if they'll put an advantage in the challenge next time since no one found the idol. Or I don't see I don't really see the incentive of putting an advantage in the challenge. Like it's like I mean, really, the whole point of the advantage from like the last couple seasons was to like fill out time in the finale during the first part of it. But I feel like again, like with the idol taking out some coverage, like I feel like there's really not much point at this point. But yeah, like yeah, it's kind of a dud with no one finding the idol. I guess Atika 3 is staying loyal. I don't think so. I think they're thinking this is the point where they got to flip. I mean, we already got plenty of setup towards the division, both from last episode and this round we just saw here. There's definitely going to be a like betrayal at this point because I think they recognize. I think Carolyn especially should recognize that getting to the end with Carson and Jan Jam is really bad for her because I don't think she wins. That's probably her worst case scenario in terms of getting votes here. So it just doesn't make sense. Um, yeah, like I would be shocked if Heidi like goes next. Like I don't think the Carson. I don't think the Tika 3 final three is happening. All of them are clearly confident in beating each other. I mean, not exactly. I mean, Jan Jam last episode, Jan Jam talked about Carolyn being a big threat. Even this episode, like on the reward, like Jan Jam talked about like how Carolyn can spin a story. And then during this round, I mean, Carolyn talked about how big of a threat Carson is. I mean,
I mean, we even got set up earlier in the season. Like there was that one confessional. There's that one confessional about where Carolyn was talking about like how Carson is like a big threat. Like she knew that everyone wants to work with Carson, including her. So it's like there was clearly said to it before, but I feel like now it's like it's really gonna come to a head. I never understand trying to flip on someone upon a floor in modern format because it's unreliable unless you know for sure. Yeah, like it's definitely a risky strategy. Yeah, it's definitely a risky strategy in the sense that yeah, like you are like banking on someone like losing at fire. But I think the flip side is like we've seen now like we're now at the stage where it's like big threats are just having a harder time like getting to the end inherently. So I think there's just this big concern of like, okay, we gotta take these shields as deep into the game as possible. Because if I make a move too soon, then I'm gonna be the next biggest threat, and then I'm gonna be screwed basically. But yeah, with that said, it's like it's so strange that a flip hasn't happened yet. Now again, it's possible that Lauren really is this big jury threat, so in that sense, like taking out Lauren here kind of makes sense. But yeah, like it's still risky. All right, we are now getting to straight into the challenge. Come on in. And oh my god, they're doing some motion. So is this now just a tradition where it's like because they did it in 40, they did it in 42, and now they're doing it here. So like they're literally just doing it every other season now, like some motion. Yeah, you can watch on Paramount Plus. All right, so Carolyn's getting pretty emotional about over how far she's made it. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I think Carolyn could win. Like, is this like? I feel like this is weird content that she's getting here. Like, either like she's going to win or she's going to lose fire. Like almost like with like how much she seems to be brought up here. Yep, we're doing some motion. And even beyond that, like it was the final immunity in David versus Goliath. So it's like they've really been leaning on this more and more in recent years. I mean, to be fair, it's like it's a fun challenge. Like I think visually it's very interesting. Just like I just get mesmerized seeing the balls like roll around. But it's like yeah, it's like they're really leaning on this a lot. Probably because they don't want to build too many sets. You know, like it's pretty like straightforward. Like not too bad on the like art department side. Team Carolyn, but I thought her path to victory included getting Jan Jia out at 5. Yeah, I mean, it's like, yeah, I think like go, I think, yeah, I think getting to the end with Jan Jam and Carson is definitely tricky because it's like she played like similar games to like them, but it's like I feel like they could easily claim that they had more agency than her because there were more points where it's like Carson and Jan Jan were like working alongside each other while Carolyn was being like left out of that. I think the clear example of that is the Brandon tribal where we saw like the Carson and Jan Jam like they agreed to work with the Sokas to take out Brandon, but throwing their votes onto Franny recognizing that the idol will be played there in order to mask their votes. But obviously, Carolyn was not included on that because she voted for Brandon in that case. She was not part of that like play there to stick to the middle. I've applied every year since season 2. I got a phone call from producers once. I now have a health condition. Oh, that sucks. But that's cool. Like you at least got a call from a producer. It's like, I mean, must be pretty cool. She was overruled a lot in the midseason. She was stronger for the merge. I think. Uh, I think her. I think one move she can only point to is like the Sarah tribal, where it's like she like sides with Josh in order to make it so that she's like the swing vote. But even then, it's like there was like a point like during the next round where it's like where Josh was like working with Jan Jin to get on his good side, so that essentially that was making him the that was essentially making him the him to swing vote instead of Carolyn. So like even then, it's like you could argue there was a point where Carolyn was being outplayed. Challenges going on right now. Carolyn was just having a bit of a freak out. Yeah, I hope you. Yeah, I hope you're doing all right, Rose. Oh man, is Lauren Carolyn about to go? Yep. Oh wow, Carolyn had a nice save there. All right, Jeff just mentioned that Heidi's the only one of these four to not win individual immunity. Carolyn's gonna lose this, right? Yep. 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 Carolyn dropped the ball. It didn't even like it didn't fall to the ground. Like it just sort of like she kind of like just like fidgeted and like it like sort of like got dislodged into the table. But yeah, Carolyn's out. We're not down to three. Carolyn wins the immunity. Not the season. Well, Carolyn's not winning immunity because she's out. Never mind. All right, so now we're up to 3 balls. All right. All right, so we're still going here. All right, we're going. All right, then now going to the 4th ball. Who's winning? We don't know yet. All right, who's left in the challenge? It's Carolyn. It's still Carson, Heidi, and Jam Jam. Carolyn dropped, so it's still those three. Up, Jan Jan's about to drop. Yep. So Jan Jan's out, and it is now Carson versus Heidi. And Carson drops. Heidi has won final immunity. Yeah, you can kind of tell, like, when Jeff said that she was the only one to not win immunity. Yep, Heidi is guaranteed a spot at final immunity, assuming she doesn't put herself in the fire. She seems really excited, though. Okay, so now T. Yeah, again, I was never under the impression that Tico was getting to the end together. Carolyn also has a one immunity. Wait, didn't? I'm pretty sure she did. Um, yeah, didn't she? I'm pretty sure she did. Yeah, she technically hasn't. Carolyn hasn't really won a challenge. Heidi, Jan, Carolyn, they told us the final three last episode. Yeah, like that's my number one scenario. I mean, Heidi literally said it that her ideal final three is Carolyn and Jan. So I think what's gonna happen. I think she's probably gonna put Carson and Carson and Jan probably like, or unless she wants. I don't know. Maybe she puts herself in the fire to beat Carson because it's like, how good is Carolyn really at fire? I mean, I think that's like a key question. Carson couldn't 3D print some motion, I guess. Yeah, I guess he couldn't. I mean, although he was doing pretty well at it, like he just completely dropped the ball here at the end. Yeah, he literally dropped the ball. That's a good one. All right, so what scenarios are possible at this point? So we still have my number one scenario: Carson, Heidi, Jam. We still have number no, we still have number five, which is Carson, Heidi, Jam. We have number eight, which is Carolyn, Carson, and Heidi. And I think that's it for like possible scenarios. So like it'll be interesting to see what happens here. But like I said, I think Carson's gonna lose fire somehow. I mean, I assume it's either gonna be Heidi or Jan that do it because I would assume that they're probably the better two at making fire. And plus, I think you might be concerned about like resumes potentially. So maybe, maybe Heidi does put herself in the fire. Maybe to really ensure she gets that for her resume. He 3D printed the idol Carolyn played for him. I knew that my theory about Heidi being edited to make decisions earlier in the season, the Claire vote, control vote, was hinting at her making a big decision regarding fire making. That's interesting. That's interesting observation. This is going exactly as you thought it would. Yeah, I mean, to a degree. Carson 3 printed contestants and Jeff to fully prepare for Survivor. Yeah, he literally simulated an entire season. Like, who needs orgs, I guess? All right, so Heidi is talking about possibly making fire herself. Yeah, so she is considering it at least, but like she like wants like I guess they're all gonna practice first. Again, I think Heidi's probably gonna put herself in because why would she say that unless and also with the foreshadowing at like about her being underestimated, I think we're getting Heidi versus Carson probably. I just imagine Carson putting on like 17 different looks, be 17 different contestants, and then himself. Okay, so apparently Carson did practice fire. He was able to do it well, but I guess like now he can't make fire. Like he's struggling now. Now he's just getting emotional about it. All right, so Carson's getting pretty emotional. He's talking about like choking at the end, talking about how he's not going to give up. Again, there's definitely comparisons to be made with like Jesse here, where like Jesse says like, "I will win if I can just get through this." All right, so now Jan Jam is talking. He's giving his own pitch. He's talking about possibly making fire against someone from Tika. I could also see being like Carolyn versus Jan Jam. I mean, probably less likely, but it's like I could see it being like a culmination in that regard. That's not impossible. Did the 44 players watch 43? No, they did not. 44 like filmed like 43 and 44 filmed pretty much back to back. They did see 42, however. They saw the entirety of 42 at least. So Carolyn's talking about like how she like wants to be brought, but part of her doesn't want to be brought. Yeah, so this is clearly like I don't know, this feels weird. Like it feels like a culmination to a degree. Like is it like one of them's going to lose and then the other wins? Is that what that's setting up to? That'd be weird though. All right, so they're showing a flashback right now to like when Carson was making fire. It's probably Carson versus Heidi. Yeah, that's probably where I'm leaning at this point. I mean, but it's like in terms of like, there's clearly like some through line here with this relationship with Jan Jam and Carolyn. Yeah, but now Carson's talking with Jan Jam. Like, yeah, so maybe this leads to Jan Jam winning. I think. I don't know. I still think Carson's going to lose. I feel like this is what all this has been setting up to all this time. All right, Carson's getting emotional again. Was 42 the season that introduced the idea of putting yourself into fire? No, like it goes back to Edge of Extinction with uh Chris Underwood winning immunity and then putting himself in the fire to take on Rick Devens, who was seen as the biggest jury threat, beats Rick Devens' fire, wins the game that way. And that's the only time that's happened so far in the fire making era. But like that's what it goes back to at least. You have Natalie from Winners of War who in hindsight should have put herself in the fire, obviously, to like potential again, like put a move on her resume after like spending most of the game on the edge. But like she just doesn't do it. She just plays it safe. It's too obvious if he goes in crying and then loses. I mean, maybe, but like I don't know. Like I feel like it's the opposite. Like I think with this content, you would think that it would set up to him overcoming this, but it's like I feel like there's just enough setup for over the past like for him being seen as like this perfect player, and then this is where like all culminates. All right, so Heidi's like shown being pretty confident. In my opinion, I really love to watch Fire Making Challenge. It's a good start to the end of the season. Yeah, like there have definitely been some fun fire making challenges. I think definitely the Tony versus Sarah one was very riveting. Like it was also really close too, where it's like, yeah, it's like there was like that point where like Sarah almost won, and like I remember being like so scared that Tony was going to lose in that moment. What's happening in the episode? So Lauren was Carson won Final Five immunity. Lauren gets voted out 3-1-1. Heidi wins Final Four immunity, and we're about to go to tribal and find out what's going to happen here. Carolyn is still in the game, so and we're going to commercial. So this should be interesting. Like we'll see what happens. Excuse me. So we got here. Who won? We don't know yet. Imagine how much it would suck if you threw yourself into fire and lost. Yeah, that would definitely be kind of an L. Unless you're in a position where you were going to lose anyway, it's like, like you might as well like take like a big swing, I guess. But it's like I feel like the one time it did happen, it's like Chris like felt like he had nothing to lose since again he had already been like the third boot, and it's like he already been given a second chance. He needed to like do everything. I felt like he would. I felt like if he didn't do that and lost at the end to Rick, that he would have like probably like regretted it. Right, still commercial. It's only an L if you would have won the game anyway. If you're at risk of losing, it's worth taking the chance. Yeah, so it's like I think a lot of it comes down to like your perception and whether you think you would have won or not. Because it's like if you're going to win, it's like why take the risk at all? I think you can make the debate for like Dominic not putting himself in the fire because like he knew the like Wendell was his easiest beat. But then at the same time, it's like he like would have done well like anyway. Like he still got like a tie jury vote. Like he so I don't think he would have made sense for him to do it. But it's like I'm sure like he probably thinks about it a little bit. I think Heidi will put herself in the fire versus Carson. Yeah, that would be interesting. I mean, it's like just imagine like if Carson and Heidi puts herself in the fire and then loses because she's like overconfident, and then like Carson like thinks like he can't do it, but then he pulls it out. Like I think that'd be kind of interesting. And at that point, it's like who would win? All right, we're now getting a commercial for Challenge USA. I don't watch the challenge, but it could be interesting. All right, here we go. Let's remember how editors made us think Mike would lose in season 37. Well, Mike did lose, obviously. Oh, you meant lose the fire making challenge. Who is final two? We don't know yet. I yeah. So I'm at least aware about the challenge. I just don't really have too much interest in watching it, if I'm being honest. All right, so now we're at tribal. I only got into the challenge since it had Ben Treebergen on it. Interesting choice. Like, I mean, yeah, because wasn't he on the USA? The USA season that came out last year? Because I know that had like Tyson and Sarah on it. Like, wasn't Danny McCray on it too? All right, they're just going through their pitches right now. Okay, yeah, season one. Is Harp out? Yeah, she went out in fifth. All right, so Carson just kind of took a dig at Heidi. He said that if he were her, he would have put himself in the fire. All right. All right, let's see. All right, now it's time to make the decision here. All right. All right. So Heidi just saved Carolyn. Carolyn is guaranteed a spot at the end. All right. So now Carolyn's like talking about how like weird she is. They're cutting to Franny. This, yeah, they're really like emphasizing this. Yeah, Franny's getting super emotional right now. Carolyn screwed herself over. Both Jan Jim and Carson beat her at the end. Maybe. All right, now she's announcing that Carson will, in fact, be in fire. Nothing too shocking there. And they're probably going to go to commercial before the challenge actually starts. Man, we're already an hour and a half into this. Like, it's taking so long. All right, they're going. They're about to make the decision. I think she's gonna put herself in. Okay, there we go. So Heidi is putting herself into fire. She says Carson's a great player and she wants the credit for taking him out. So here we go. It's Carson versus Heidi. Yeah, Jeff is pretty excited right now. So now Jan Jam is also guaranteed a spot in the end. Who's in the final three so far? So Carolyn and Jan Jam will be in the final three. Heidi has put herself into fire against Carson. I mean, there is a. I mean, based on this edit, there is a chance Heidi loses. You know, considering the talk about Carson like not being very confident, and then Heidi seeming a bit overconfident. But I don't know. I think if we are looking at the grand scheme of things, I think the narrative by far has been Heidi being underestimated and Carson seeming like this perfect Goliath, and this is going to be like his Achilles heel. I still think Carson's going to lose this, but Heidi will not win the game. But we will be going to commercial first. So we're going to commercial now. If you're just joining us, we are reacting to the Survivor 44 finale. If you haven't already, be sure to like and subscribe. Join the Discord server. We have a lot of fun around here. We are about to get to the fire making challenge between Carson and Heidi. Heidi won Final Four immunity and she has put herself into the fire making challenge. Should be interesting. Don't think she wins even if she takes him out. No, I don't think this is going to be enough. I still think Carson for sure will probably vote for probably Jan Jam if I had to guess. And I think the jury at large will see like the game for what it is. Like I think they'll recognize that Jan Jam for sure, and probably Carolyn as well, as play like this solid game, and will probably reward that over Heidi making this one move at the end. I don't know. I just don't want Jan Jam to win. He's cool, but I don't know. I mean, that's fair. That's your, you know, that's your preference. I think it's going to be Carson who wins, and we get an all ticket final three. And I think Jan Jam just lost the game by teaching Carson how to make fire because Carson will win, get the FTC, and beat Jan Jam. I don't know. I think the impression I get from that is that Carson's going to lose, but he's still going to respect Jan Jam, like because Jan Jam was there for him, and plus like he sees Jan Jam as his partner basically. Carson's in the winner seat, Heidi's in the loser seat. I guess that depends on what you mean by winner and loser. I hope Carolyn will win. Well, it'll be interesting. It's still a commercial. Uh, they showed us Jam's moment teaching Carson and Heidi overconfident. Again, there I can see how Heidi loses this fire making challenge. But again, I'm just going off my impression. Like I feel like there's more evidence across the entire season to suggest that Heidi would be Carson. But again, there is setup for Heidi losing. I feel she has locked herself third place. Again, like if we're looking at my forecasts, I think Carolyn will lose, but I could see a world where she gets votes. I feel bad for Heidi. I don't think there is anything she can do to win at this point, so all this is kind of a wasted effort. Of course, again, I agree. I don't think this will be enough for Heidi to win, even if she wins the fire making challenge. But again, like it'll at least be something that she could bring up. All right, here we go. We're now getting to the fire making challenge. All right, here we go. All right, they're now going. All right, Heidi is the first to get a flame. She's got a little flame going on. Carson's striking away. So far he's got nothing. Heidi's building something. All right, Lauren is shown rooting for Heidi here. Oh, he's just whacking away at that. Oh, well, Carson now has a flame. Yeah, he was just whacking away at that. But Heidi has a much bigger flame right now. She's building her base. Carson's feeding his flame, throwing some husk on there, starting to put some sticks. Heidi's going strong right now. She's got a bit of a flame going. Yeah, she's just going away at this. Yep, yeah, but Carson's starting to catch up. He's starting to get a flame going. Like, all right. Heidi's is considerably bigger, but like Carson still has something. Heidi's is touching the rope. Her music is swelling, and Heidi has won. Heidi has defeated Carson in the fire making challenge. We are getting Carolyn, Heidi, and Jan Jam in the final three. And I believe Jeff just said that she broke the record. I believe Jeff just said that she broke the record for fastest fire making. But there we go. Carson has lost the challenge. All right, so it took her 3 minutes and 2 seconds, which I believe beats Gabler's record. Because I think Gabler took 4 minutes. Yeah, she only took 3 minutes. Rip Carson. Yep, Rip Carson. I remember season 36, the girl that got fourth literally just threw sticks onto the fire and barely made. Yeah, Angela didn't really have much of a shot, but yeah. But yeah, I was right. Heidi got that content at the beginning of her making fire, talking about being underestimated, and she came out on top. And Carson got all that foreshadowing of fire in his eyes, and sure enough, he came up short. Yep, Heidi did break Gabler's record. At least Heidi got herself some relevance for future seasons as a record holder. But with that, Carson is gone. I don't think she can win. Yeah, I agree. I don't think this will be enough. I think because the thing with like Gabler and like these other like players, it's like Gabler like at least had something that he could cling on to here. Like he could at least claim credit for the Ellie move at the merge and for winning that fire making challenge. Whereas I feel like Cassidy, like and Owen, like they didn't really. I feel like they were Cassidy in particular was a bit too under the radar to where she couldn't like really grasp. He couldn't really cling on to anything. I feel like the thing is that Carolyn and Jan Jam both have things they can cling to. So even with Heidi winning this, I just don't think this is going to be enough. Although I think Danny could definitely vote for Heidi. But with that, we have our final three. So let me just pull it up now. Let me just get it whipped up here. All right. So here we go. Here is our final three. This was the number one scenario. Yep, this was the scenario I said was the most likely to happen, and sure enough, it happened. So can everyone see that? All right. So we got it up here now. Let's see chat. The editor that telegraphed the Carson L and fire by showing fire in his glasses, and like every post merge episode should be fired. That was too obvious. Yeah, one could say that. I wanted to see a Tika Final 3. I mean, would have been interesting. I would say that much. ONG, insane, so good. Predicted this episode exactly. Yeah, this is largely gone how I said it would in the jury scenarios video. I mean, but to be fair, like I'm not gonna call. I mean, I'm not exactly Nostradamus or anything. I mean, I feel like a number of people picked up on it too. So not sure how much credit I can really give, but it's something at least. Who do you think is going to win now that Carson is gone? Well, I have the jury. I have my slide from the jury scenarios video up right now, where I think Jan Jam would win six, at least with at least 6 votes. Again, I think now that Heidi has done this by putting herself in the fire and winning, maybe she gets a vote. Maybe she gets Danny's vote. but I still think that it's going to be between Carolyn and Jan Jam. I think that's going to be the battle here. And again, I based on what we're seeing, I think there's more locked votes for Jan Jam. Actually, considering that Lauren was shown rooting for Heidi, maybe there's a chance that Lauren votes for Heidi too. Like maybe there's a chance it could be a bit more competitive. But I think Jan Jan's gonna be the favorite here. I think. Um, Carolyn just doesn't have enough. Everyone love Jan Jam. Again, I think they're both. I think all of them are pretty well liked, but I think they're all pretty well liked. But I think like one of them like is probably like advantage to win. Oh, you got spoiled. No, don't say. Don't. Try not to say in chat who won if you got spoiled. So but yeah, I am aware that spoilers are out there, so let's just try to be a bit careful there. But again, I think based off the perception, I think Jan Jam would be the favorite here. Though again, I could see a world where Carolyn gets some more votes here. Um, but yeah, like anyone want to do anything in the meantime? Anything you want to talk about? All right, we're back from commercial now. Again, not really much happening on day 3. I guess day 26 here. I'm just not sure. Like, should I like do like a quiz or something? I don't know. Maybe I should watch this. All right, so they're just vibing right now. It's either Jan Jam, Heidi, or Carolyn who will be the sole survivor. Yeah, that's super helpful. So they're doing the jury thing now that they did last time. Again, I am aware there are spoilers out there. I just ask that you don't try not to post it in chat for anyone that doesn't want to be spoiled. All right, Kane is propping up Jan Jam right now. All right, Matt is also propping up Jam Jam. Brandon is also propping up Jam Jam.
All right, so now they're just getting their breakfast and stuff. All right, so now Heidi's getting her piece. All right, now who's gonna talk about Heidi at all? All right. So Carson's talking about Heidi right now. Wow. Okay, well, he's got no glasses right now. All right, Danny's propping her up. Jamie is talking about her right now. Yeah, I think that's Jamie's voice. Yep. Jan Jan would be a worthy winner, so I couldn't be mad if that's how the votes go. Again, like Jan Jan would be a fine winner. I think he'd definitely be the winner I would have the highest on a winner ranking of these final three. Oh, we're getting the call back. They're doing a callback to like when the producer was talking to her on day one, like the very opening scene. Carolyn's just talking. All right, now Franny's talking, propping up Carolyn. She used her emotions as an advantage. That's interesting way of putting it. All right, now Lauren's propping up Carolyn. All right. Oh no, Jamie's also propping up Carolyn right now. All right. I think it'd be interesting, like if we're like a tie, like yeah, I think actually I mentioned it. Like Heidi would vote for Jan Jim over Carolyn in a tiebreaker. I think Carolyn is also worthy of winning in my eyes. Oh yeah, like I think Carolyn played a solid game. Like again, I think Jan Jim outplayed her at points, but like I wouldn't be mad at a Carolyn win. And like like Heidi's probably like the most underwhelming, but it's like even then, it's like I don't think she played the worst game either. Like I think there's something to be had if either of them win, like, which is definitely like a departure from like the other seasons. Whereas like I feel like in terms of gameplay, like this is probably the most solid final three of the new era. Because 41 like had Xander, who was pretty underwhelming. 42 had Romeo, who was also pretty bad, and then 43 had Owen, who was pretty bad. I think this is definitely the most solid, definitely like the most solid like overall, but also the most well like consistent. It has like the highest ceiling and the highest floor in terms of gameplay of the new era. Do you think Carolyn will get 0 votes? I don't think so. I think Carolyn will get votes at here. Heidi might get a vote, but I don't think it's likely. Jan will be a fun winner, but I really want Carolyn to win. I think Carolyn personifies the crazy that is inside so many of us. Yeah, that's fair. We're probably gonna go to commercial.
showing all these faces and reactions. All right, we're going to commercial. We're about to start Final Tribal. Yeah, Heidi is definitely no Romeo. We got to give her more credit than that. Again, I don't think Heidi played the worst game in the world. Again, I'll talk about this more in the player ranking, but I think there's definitely a couple wonky rounds, particularly like during like that final eight, final seven, like where final eight she just randomly votes for Danny, which is pretty dumb. And final seven, like she's obviously part of the vote split, which isn't great. And I feel like in general she doesn't have like too much agency over the course of the game. But yeah, compared to like Romeo and Owen, like she is like she I think she would I think she's at least a step above them. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like I'm wrong plenty of times. Like I have made like I've made some pretty dumb takes. I've made some pretty dumb takes on this channel. You know, like especially with this season. Like again, like I thought like again I was wrong. I was wrong about Franny. I was wrong about like Matt from San Francisco. I didn't think Matthew was going to quit the game until like the last episode. And don't even get me started on the preseason power ranking. um I'm gonna be honest. The only thing Heidi can talk about in Final Tribal is that she threw herself into fire. Yeah, probably. Again, she was Danny's second in command for a lot of the game, and I guess you can say that Danny didn't think that Heidi was the vote for him at the Franny Tribal. But yeah, I think Heidi's gonna have like a hard time doing stuff outside of that. I saw a lot of discourse over whether they were foreshadowing a fire win or fire loss for Carson. Oh yeah, like I mean, again, like I felt I could see like the argument for how it would show Carson winning fire. Again, while I was on the side of Carson losing fire, like again, you could definitely see a debate, especially with like the edit in this episode leading up to like the challenge. And at the end of the day, it's like again, like so much of it is just guessing anyway. It's like it's like you can't really get inside the minds of like the producers and like how they're choosing to tell the story. And again, like sometimes like they can just throw us for a loop, but it's like it's like that's why like that's like the fun of like the community. It's like being able to like speculate and come up with different things. So it's like again, like it's fun like making guesses and stuff. All right, here we go. It is now time for final tribal council. Here we go. I still think Jimmy winning would have been the most hilarious outcome, but she would be get bullied so hard by fans if she won. Oh yeah, like she would have been roasted. But to be fair, like if she won, like she probably would have been edited differently. So like I think it's a give and take. All right, so Kane's saying everyone's up in the air. All the votes are up in the air. All right, Kane's asking what they think their perception is of them. right, so Carson's nodding with Jam Jam here. Right, so Heidi just claimed that Tikas were riding the Soka wave. Like, I don't know about that. We don't know yet who won. Yeah, I wasn't. I don't know. That wasn't a great answer from Heidi. All right, so Carson's propping up both Carson and Carolyn and Jan Jam. Yeah, yeah. Carson's just kind of roasting Heidi. All right, so Heidi is claiming that she used Danny as a shield, which, yeah. Why do they look? Why do the images look stretched out? It's because I took them directly from the CBS website, and they were rectangular. So I had to make them square. So that's why they looked a bit stretched out. All right, so Franny's asking about how they managed their emotions. I think in hindsight, I probably should have used like the images I used initially before they uploaded the images, but I don't know. I felt like they looked overall better. All right, so I think Franny's just giving Caroline a chance to talk about her emotional side, like really like make that her pitch. Lauren should have been there. I mean, yeah, probably over Heidi, but it's like she didn't win the challenge. She didn't get the idol. She's your teacher. Really? Is she actually your teacher? Oh, no way. That's pretty cool. Like, yeah, yeah, like how was she look? Like, was she like pretty chill? Like, did she like bring it up at all? Like during class? Yeah, I think the jury is pretty clearly on Jan Jam's side. I think, sort of. I guess she didn't want to like. Maybe she wanted to like downplay it. Maybe she didn't want to get your hopes up. She's a lot chiller in the show than in class. Like, that's interesting. Is she like passionate? Like she must be like really passionate. She beat you guys with sticks. Oh, yeah, like isn't she a kindergarten teacher? Well, to be technical, she is an elementary school teacher. Oh, oh yes, the most important thing. Yeah, Brandon. So let's see. So far, like yeah, so far Brandon hasn't really said much. Brandon hasn't said much. Jamie hasn't said much. Uh, Kane like introduced them, but hasn't really said much himself. Like it's really been like yeah, Carson, Lauren, and Franny. They have done like most of the talking so far. All right, Carolyn's just talking about how she wants to be like an example for her kids. But yeah, Jeff's also talked quite a bit during this as well. Like he's just sort of like jumping in to like almost like complimenting these players. Hmm, right. So Carson wants her to talk about the fire making thing again. Interesting. So, Heidi just talked about how she would be like the oldest female winner if she wins. Like, wait, how old is she? So she's 42. How wasn't Denise also 42? Um. Oh yeah, Denise was 41. So yeah, she would technically be the oldest. Oh, I was just going off the oh, 43. Wait, that's weird. So wait, her prof so her bio says she's 43, but on the 44 wiki, like under the like showing the contestants' names, it says she's 42. That's weird. What's the Wikipedia page say? Oh no, I probably shouldn't check that. Probably shouldn't check that. I mean, she is 43 right now, but she was four. Yeah, she was 42 when I was filming, so I think that's what they mean by that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, no, because it says on the wiki she was born on. She was born on January 27th, 1980. So she was 42 while I was filming, but she turned 43 during when the bio came out. So that probably explains that. Come on, Carolyn. How many more minutes? So it goes until 11. So we have another 50 minutes, but that includes the after show. So it's probably gonna wrap up in the next couple minutes. Then we're gonna vote, reveal, and then they're probably gonna like have the after show thereafter. Yeah, Carson's been talking a lot. I mean, he's really been like driving this final tribal here. Let's go, Carolyn.
Um. All right. So Heidi's talking about how it's kind of a journey. Yeah, she's talking about like her story, her background. So that's pretty interesting. Do you have a winner pick out of the three left? I think Jam Jam probably gonna win this. All right, so it looks like it's wrapping up right now. They're playing the music of like the heartwarming music show that's wrapping up. Okay. Also, what is Danny wearing? I just realized like he's wearing like this. He's wearing like this like interesting outfit. Heidi's argument to win is literally "woe is me." Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. I see that. Yeah, that's largely like what she's going off of. That and winning the fire making challenge. But there we go. That's final try poll. It was okay. I mean, not as much. Not a ton of back and forth aside from like Heidi jumping in, but like Jan Jam and Carolyn were pretty much on the same page throughout. Again, Carson did a lot of talking. And yeah, I think Jan Jam is still probably gonna win. I think. I think it's gonna be 7-1 at this point. I think based off the performances, it feels like it's gonna be 7-1 with Carolyn maybe getting I don't know. If you're just joining us, welcome. If you haven't already, be sure to like and subscribe. Really helps with the channel. Also, join the Discord server. We have a link to join in the description. We just wrapped the final tribal. Jury's about to vote, and we're going to find out who the winner is of this season. Been pretty exciting so far. Uh, yeah, Jamie didn't really talk that much. Yeah, Brandon, Jamie, they were pretty quiet during here. Yeah, it was yeah the Carson show. Carson still got the winners at it, even went on the jury. Yeah, pretty much. Loki, Heidi was just copying what Carolyn was saying and adjusting it to her. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, like Carolyn did lean quite a bit into like her being an outcast, but to be fair, that's probably more. I think Carolyn's was more in line with her actual game than Heidi's, whereas I feel like Heidi was just sort of like adding it in. But yeah, like I think Jan Jan Barrow definitely had the most solid performance. I feel like. But yeah, Jamie didn't really say much. Brandon didn't really say much. Kane didn't really say much either outside of, like the opening thing. Yeah, it was really just the Carson, Danny, and Franny show for the most part. Who won? We don't know yet. Final Travel just wrapped up. We're at commercial break right now. After commercial, the jury will vote. Was there an idol out there? Yes, they did hide one, but no one found it.
So it largely went to waste. I didn't like how Carolyn wasn't shown that much, and this feels like Heidi got way too much screen time during this finale travel. I mean, I think it was just to like give Heidi like closure without actually winning, like to wrap up her journey at it. Whereas I feel like Carolyn got more of that, like just naturally over the course of this season. Danny was trying to downplay Carolyn. Yeah, pretty much. Again, Danny did not have like a great relationship with Carolyn. Like he pretty much said in his exit interview that he wasn't really her cup of tea, pretty much. And I don't really see like him respecting her. So I think he's probably gonna vote for Jan Jam at this point. He got mad real quick and Carolyn shut him down. Yeah, pretty much. Come on, Carolyn. Well, we got a number of Carolyn fans here. I mean, I hope she gets some votes. I mean, hopefully she'll get some votes. I'm hoping it's kind of close. I don't know. I feel like she didn't get really undercut all that much. I feel like her and Jan Jam were largely presented as equals during a lot of this. So I don't know. Maybe it'll be close, but I don't know. I just still think they're gonna see Jan Jam as the better version of Carolyn, pretty much in terms of gameplay, at least. All right, we're getting more Big Brother commercials, by the way. I just hope Heidi gets third. Okay. I'm barely here. How many AirPods doing? Yeah, they're fine. All right. You got school in the morning. Like you got school. Carolyn wins. She would be the best out of the past 4 seasons. Yeah, I'd agree. Same thing with Jan Jam. Like, I'd actually would have Jan Jam over Carolyn. All right, we're back from commercial. It is now time to vote. Here we go, the moment of truth. Here we go, people. If you're just joining us, be sure to like and subscribe. Join the Discord server. We like to have fun around here. It is time to vote. It is time to crown the winner of the show. We are voting. So far, we haven't seen any votes. Maybe we'll get one. Yeah, we're not seeing any votes here. So that makes me think it's probably going to be unanimous. I think. Maybe that's. I don't know. The fact that they are not showing any votes doesn't give me the best sign. It's either gonna it's either gonna be very close or it's unanimous. Because why else would they not show any votes? Because even last season, like they showed like Jane's vote for Cassidy, and they showed like one of the votes for Gabler. So I don't know. Maybe this isn't looking too good for Carolyn. Right. All right. We're seeing more people. We now have 85 people concurrent viewers. Here we go. We're about to crown the winner. Here we go. First vote, Heidi. Wow, so Heidi did get a vote. Jam Jam, one vote Heidi, one vote Jam Jam. Jam Jam, two votes Jam Jam, one vote Heidi. Jam Jam, three votes Jam Jam, 1 vote Heidi. Oh boy, this is gonna be 7-1, isn't it? Jam Jam, 4 votes. Jam Jam, 1 vote Heidi. Here we go. The winner of Survivor 44, Jam Jam. All right. Jam Jam is the winner of Survivor 44 in a 7-1 jury vote. There we go. Full tilt boogie. He's really trying to make that a thing. Sorry, I'm just typing right now. But wow, we did it. Sorry, I was just still looking at a chat. Let's take a look at chat here. So just as a recap, Jam Jam has won in a 7-1 jury vote. Heidi got 1 vote. Carolyn got 0 votes. We don't know who Heidi got the vote from, but I assume it is from Danny. It could be from Franny, but we'll see after commercial probably. Yeah, Carolyn got no votes here. Survivor sucks. Danny voted for Heidi, definitely did it despite Carolyn, the second place money. I mean, that's definitely possible. I mean, but yeah, Survivor's gone downhill. I mean, I wouldn't agree with that. Again, I think gameplay wise, Jan Jan's probably the best winner of this final 3. Jan Jan's definitely the person I would have voted for, if I'm being honest. I mean, I think Carolyn was just meant to be like a fan favorite. That's probably like a big explanation for her edit. But yeah, if you're with us, again, like and subscribe if you haven't already. Like, join the Discord server. We like to have fun around here. But yes, Jan Jam is our official winner for Survivor 44. All right, let's get some confirmation here. We are back from commercial. We're now doing the after show. Yeah, we gotta know who the Heidi vote was. But yeah, that's insane. We got another 7-1 vote here. Like, yep, Danny was the vote for Heidi. So there we go. But on the whole, like not bad with this forecast. I mean, I know I had Danny sort of like in between, but like I felt like he could have been a vote for Heidi. I mean, Franny was wrong, obviously, but every other vote, like yeah, like it was mostly an accurate vote here. Oh hey, Flynn Masters. When Heidi got that first vote, I thought she won unanimously due to them not showing any. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like maybe they're like, yeah, because like they didn't show like the vote. I mean, they didn't show the votes here. Like, because in 43, like they at least showed like James' vote for Cassidy. But yeah, like I mean, I thought it was gonna be like a unanimous Jan Jan vote, like because I felt like Heidi's FTC was kind of mediocre. But yeah, like I thought it was gonna be unanimous, but nope, another 7-1. But even beyond that, like it's not just a survivor thing, because like even on Big Brother, like it's been like these lopsided jury votes have been a thing as well, because it's like on like so like on Big Brother, yeah, because I believe BB23 that was like a 9-0. That was 9-0 if I recall correctly. Um, I'm just double checking. Yep, so BB23 was 9-0. BB24 was also kind of lopsided. Let me just double check. BB24 was 8-1. I believe Celebrity Big Brother was also like unanimous as well. BB Can 9 was 8-1. BB Can 11 no, BB Can 9 was I think that was unanimous, I think. But it was really lopsided. BB Can 10 was unanimous. No, BB Can 10 was 8-1. BB Can 11 was also 8-1. SA, like I believe SA was also near unanimous, and like yeah, it's been like a real issue like in recent like seasons, like these like lopsided jury votes where it's like one person doesn't vote for like the winner, but then everyone else does. Are we gonna get a preview for 45? Yes, we will. Jeff said before commercial that they would. So question the jury. I don't agree with that. I mean, at the end of the day, like I don't think the lopsided jury thing is like a bad thing, because it's like yes, there's an issue in the sense it's like you have like these jurors that like I think some of it's because like they want to be shown as like not bitter, and I think they don't want to be shown as being like in the minority, and like I think they want to be seen as like not dumb for like not voting for the winner. So I think there's like a psychological thing that's been happening like on all these shows, but it's like I don't think sequestering the jury is necessarily the solution. I mean, it's like because at the end of the day, it's like I'm sure a lot of people will think that like the person like clearly deserved to like get the most votes. Like they clearly played the best game. They clearly should get the votes because of that. And at the end of the day, it's like it's part of the game. It's like jury management. It's about managing your relationships. And I think the jury should be able to share information, because I think that plays a factor into their game. It makes it so that if you do things in the game, that it increases the probability that you could get caught in your lies. It could increase the chances that people could recognize that you may not have the best jury management in the world. I think at the end of the day, it's not so much a bad thing, but it's still an interesting phenomenon that's been happening. What else we got here? They didn't show the jurors voting. No, we didn't. We didn't get any votes. We weren't showing any votes before the reveal. I would like to see a final two. I mean, maybe, but it's like they're not really happening. They made it so obvious January was going to win based off his edit. They did Heidi edit dirty. I think that they did a decent job at propping up Carolyn for most of the season. I think they did a decent job at explaining Carolyn's game. Oh, by the way, they're just explaining. They're revealing that the Jamie's idol is fake, and Jamie's like completely mind blown. Everyone's mind blown, actually. Survivor is so much fun when people are bitter. Uh, Again, in moderation. I think sometimes it can be kind of fun to have like individual people being bitter, but I don't think it should be the norm. if I'm being honest. Like it's like the same thing with like so like something that I've been seeing a lot recently on like the Reddit and stuff is that people like think there are too many super fans playing the game. There are too many people that aren't bitter. They basically want like a return to like big characters. They want like messy gameplay. They basically want like another Gabon. And I think of that and it's like in like moderation, like messy gameplay, like can be fine, particularly if those players are active. But I feel like in general, like having more super fans is like a more reliable way of getting good gameplay because it's like you could have like a BB Can 9 where it's like you have people that like don't know the game and then they make like insane decisions like not using the beta on yourself, changing your mind every 5 seconds, or like in BB Can 10 where it's like you base your replacement nominee on gummy bears. It's like you can get it sometimes. I feel like more often than not, like it just leads to like frustrating gameplay. And actually, compared to again to BB Can 11, like I think BB Can 11 is like another example of that, where it's like you have like players that like out of nowhere start respecting Ty's gameplay, even though his game sucks, just because he's winning competitions. And it's getting to the point where it's like they don't really see the value in taking a shot against him. So it's like I think to that end, like you can definitely have like a downside. I think it's a give or take, but I think at the end of the day, like having more super fans, having people that love like understand the game and are willing to play the game actively more often than not is what leads to like interesting results. I think it's a more consistent way of leading to entertaining seasons and entertaining gameplay. And yeah, like maybe like the lopsided jury vote can be like a side effect of that, but again, like I think at the end of the day, like that's not that. I don't think that's the biggest issue in the world. All right, what else do we have here? Yeah, people are. You guys seem to think Carolyn was robbed here. Again, I would have voted for Janjan or Carolyn. I think Janjan played the better game between them. Survivor was designed to be bitter. I mean, again, maybe like earlier on, like maybe with like certain types of people. There's no stakes when everyone is super civil. I mean, it's not about being civil. It's about like people like assessing your game above everything else. Like, it's like I think when it comes to like assessing their game, like people can be pretty objective and like they will rightfully call out your game for that. And I feel like bitterness is the type of environment that can reward like inferior like gameplay more than anything else. So like again, I just don't agree with that. Yeah, no, yeah. At the end of the day, it's just a game. I mean, it's not like life and death or anything. I don't want good gameplay. I want interesting storylines. Again, you can have like again. I don't see any reason why you can't have both. I mean, the I know like the mindset is like you have like one or the other, and to a degree that's the case. But it's like again, like going back to BB Can, like you have BB Can 10, which had like a lot of messy gameplay, but I think something that really elevates it is that you have like Kevin, you have one really solid player that's able to thrive in all this chaos that's partially stemming from people's bad gameplay. You have like a through line that allows someone to play like an impressive game. So I don't think it's necessarily the case that like you can't have one without the other. I mean, Dan's Funeral is another example of that, where it's like you have like a really good player that's able to like make a really good move and make a really iconic moment and really make things more interesting. I mean, again, I don't think they're necessarily mutually exclusive. Now, again, it can be hard to be to have both. And if we are comparing to Survivor, I think Kage is another great example where it's like you have like good players on that, and you still have plenty of interesting stuff going on in the game. So again, I don't think it's necessarily a case that the only way you can have interesting storylines is to have like a Gabon style season. Like I think you can. I think obviously you want the sweet spot. You want to have both, and like some, you can't always have it. But I think again, obviously people will disagree as well. I think if I had to pick one or the other, I would pick good gameplay over good TV, if that makes sense. I would give this season a 7.8 out of 10, pretty good. However, I still prefer season 42 as the best modern season. Again, like I think, again, I'm sort of up in the air about it. I mean, I think 42 is definitely pretty good of the new season, a new era. Superfans get you a Carson winning every puzzle challenge. Messiness is the way to. I mean, that's not necessarily true because, like, yeah, you have like Carson. I mean, anyone can like study puzzles. Anyone can like memorize like puzzles. Anyone can like do their preparation for that. I feel like, like if we were playing devil's advocate, then you can have like maybe like you have a cast with like 18 Carsons that have all studied their puzzles. And like through that, it's just a matter of like who can like retain it the best. And I know that's been a like complaint, like people like saying that it's bad that Survivor reuses the same puzzles. And yeah, maybe in an ideal world there'd be more variety. But I don't think it's a bad thing that when people are able to like memorize the puzzles, like aren't we like rewarding like people that understand the game and are willing to like know more about it? So like I don't know. I don't think that's really much of an issue for me at least. Helena's better at puzzles than Carson. She just got the early boot. Yeah, pretty much. Jan Jam was so obvious. I didn't think they would give us such an obvious winner given the pattern new era, but it makes sense considering production. Love this season and yeah, I think that's definitely a thing. Like the fact that they saw like this Tika 3 dominate the game. Like you have like these three oddballs. You have Jan Jam, who's again a bit of a big personality. You have Carolyn, who's again another big personality, and you have Carson, again another relatively big personality, someone that you would expect would flame out, sort of like a Christian, like put out, like Christian didn't flame out, but still, you get the point. Those people dominate the game. They come together, dominate the game, and I think they really wanted to prop that up. So, like, yeah, I think that's a bit of an issue there. But again, it was at least entertaining. I like people being sneaky and keeping secrets. I like strong, smart players. I just don't like when people clearly rip apart others, people's character in confessionals. Yeah, like I mean, it can be fun, like in moderation. Again, like I am someone that like again values gameplay first. I see Survivor as a game first. I mean, if I wanted to just see people ripping each other apart, then like there's like a million other reality shows I could be watching other than Survivor. But it's like the thing that sets Survivor apart from other reality shows is that you have this game. You have like these players that come in and like evolve the game over time. So it's like I think yes, you can definitely. I mean, yes, it's nice to have like good characters and good storylines and stuff, but it's like Survivor, in my mind at least, is first and foremost a game. And yes, production gets involved, but you get the point. All right, they're just talking about the showmance right now. I mean, again, a lot of this is just kind of like filler and stuff, not really super duper interesting. But yeah, that's sort of the after show happening right now. I was gonna pull up something else, but then I forgot what it was. Oh, I forgot. So I'm sure for the you redditors out there, I'm sure you're aware of this thing. Let me just pull it up. So I'm sure you're familiar with this fellow. He's been doing these now for a couple seasons. Strong train and stuff. Yeah, congratulations. You're now 2 for 3. I mean, because he was strong train in 42, Gabler Galleon in 43, and now we got the Jam Jam Tram. Yeah, I'm kind of pumped. Like I'm so happy. Like I like this. Like again, I like it. This is definitely one of my favorite like things from like Reddit and stuff, the Survivor subreddit. But yeah, it's kind of hype that once again they picked the winner. Like this guy should start a YouTube channel, like and do his power rankings. Like, what do I know? I had like Jan Jam like number like yeah, he was like number 7 on my power ranking, preseason power ranking. Like I had Jan Jam like high, but it's like not like super. Again, I thought he was gonna be like an end game threat. I thought he was gonna be like this like a lane figure, someone that was gonna be seen as like way too likable, to where they would have been cut like towards the end. But yeah, let's see the comments here. Yeah, these are all pretty hype. Yeah, this guy is like the new like Nostradamus or whatever. Oh yeah, we're back at commercial. Again, I'm not really paying much attention to the after show. Like it's just kind of there. I'm just sort of like talking and stuff. But yeah, on the whole, like I did like this season. I think it was a pretty good season. Again, pretty satisfying conclusion. Jan Jam is by far clearly the best winner of the new era so far. Again, I might need to figure out where exactly he'll land on the winner ranking, but again, he's pretty good. I mean, he's pretty solid. He'll probably be number 1 on the power ranking, especially on the player ranking. I mean, especially considering that Heidi like didn't even put him in the fire. Like I think he was positioned pretty well here. And again, I think he worked alongside Carson for a lot of the game. I think the two of them were pretty much like co-dominant for a lot of the game. And like you could give or take like with Carson like more actively playing the middle for more of the game. I think you could say that Carson, I mean Jan was in danger of more points during the pre-merge. But I still think like at the end of the day, like Jan was still like a pretty impressive winner. Like, and again, like by far the best of the new era winners so far. Jan was a power player the whole time. Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, so I think my winner ranking for the new era probably be, I think Jam 1, Erica 2, Gabler 3, Marianne 4 for the winner ranking. Heidi shares her first name with the judge of AGT. Yeah, isn't it like Heidi Klum or something? Again, I don't watch America's Got Talent, but I'm I think that's the person. If all TK3 made Final 3, I wouldn't even know who to vote for because they all did good. I personally, I think I personally would have voted for Carson over Jan Jam, but I probably would have been happy with either. With I think my pecking order would be Carson, Jam Jam, Carolyn, and I think that's probably what it's gonna look like on the player ranking. Like again, so the player ranking is gonna come out on Saturday. Review, I was originally planning for it to come out on Monday, but again, we'll see what happens with like the holiday weekend. Like I'm probably gonna be doing stuff like for Memorial Day and stuff, but again, like it'll either come out on Monday or next Wednesday, depending on like what my availability is. But player ranking's definitely coming out on Saturday. And then after that, I actually have some general Survivor videos planned. We do have like an extra month now than what I was expecting between again like Big Brother and stuff, because obviously Big Brother is now starting like beginning of August, which is gonna be chaotic, particularly like once Survivor Anime's race start up. Like again, I'm not sure what CBS is doing, having 90-minute Survivor, 90-minute Amazing Race, and Big Brother all happening at the same time. It's gonna be like chaos. I think on the flip side though, like I'm kind of glad I'm gonna be able to like go outside more during the summer. Like I definitely like think that'll be kind of hype. But so again, like the plan is to like do like some general Survivor videos. Like I got like I have a history of video. Actually, like it's another 2-parter that's gonna be coming out like after the that stuff. I got some other fun videos planned. I'm probably gonna do like some more general stuff about like the new era as well. Like I have some ideas there that I couldn't really work on fully until we saw how 44 played out. But like I think that'll be fun, especially now with the discourse about like how like the state of the new era. People like are pretty low on it. They people complain about it a lot. So I think it'll be interesting to weigh in on that. And again, like I think it'll be fun. What else do we have? Final Trial was boring to watch. I wish there was drama. Yeah, it was mostly boring. I mean, there wasn't too much back and forth. I felt like it was mostly just like people saying their piece, and there wasn't really much back and forth either. But it was kind of disappointing. Heidi was abysmal when she took out one of the driver's seat and still lost. Again, she was definitely probably going to lose anyway at that point. Again, I don't think she really had much of a winning scenario by the very end. So like I think she was screwed anyway. Heidi's a worse runner up than Mike. I would agree, but I think Mike again, I don't think Mike is bad. I think if we're ranking the runners up of a new era, so let's see, we got I think I would have Mike 1, Deshaun 2, and then after that we have probably Cassidy 3. Cassidy 3. No, 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 no. So it's actually no. Um, I okay. So Mike 1, Deshaun 2, Carolyn 3. No, no, no. I think Carolyn probably should be above Deshaun because Deshaun's game fell apart at the very end, and Mike's a bit tougher. You know what? I think Carolyn might be number one of the runners up. I think. So I don't know. So what is it? Carolyn number 1, Mike 2, Deshaun 3, Cassidy 4, probably. And after that, we have the goats. So like probably like Heidi 5, Heidi 5, uh, Owen 6, Xander 7, and then Romeo 8. So that's probably my runner-up ranking for the new era. I don't know. I think Xander and Romeo might be kind of close. I don't know. I think I might have Romeo above Xander. I don't know. I haven't formalized it. Um, why do they have coming attractions for later parts of the after show? Like they're making this feel so dramatic. Like it's like no one cares. Like ours, I don't care. That's an interesting logo. Um, I know Mike messed up at Final Tribal. Marion was really that good. I like Marion definitely like won the game at Final Tribal. Like Mike kind of blew it at the end, but again, I think Mike played it. He definitely played a solid game. Another thing I feel like Jan Jam was a good winner in general. His strategic ability was decent. He wasn't bad at cons, but my god, he's got to be top 10 social players. Yeah, like I think he's pretty solid. Deshaun came up really bratty. I thought Xander was better, even though he did not have control. I would have voted for Deshaun over Xander. Like, I mean, yes, Deshaun can be a bit annoying, but I think objectively he did play a better all around game. Like Xander was like barely in control for like what the first 2/3 of the game, where he was pretty much on the bottom of Yasa. Would have probably been voted out if they ever went back to tribal. Post merge like isn't great. His side's being picked off. Like he had a chance to save Evie by using his extra vote, but doesn't do so. And then like again after that, he's kind of in the majority after Evie leaves. But even then, like it's not like that great of a game. I felt like Erica definitely wasn't more in the driver's seat. And then you have like him like not putting Erica in the fire, like thinking that like he can't put Erica in the fire because put a move on a resume, even though she was already beating him. So I don't think that's particularly great. All right, so now Carolyn's talking about believing in herself. All right, what else we have? I don't care for the reunion either. I mean, yeah, really, the main thing I'm just looking is to see like the preview for 45. All right, now Franny's talking about how Carolyn changed her life. Is 45 all new players? No, it is not, because we have Bruce. Bruce is on 45. So it'll be interesting seeing him in the preview. I mean, he's got to be in the preview. You gotta think. But yeah, it's 17 newbies and Bruce. Who would have thought that Bruce would be the first returnee from the new era? What a world we're in. All right. Just waiting. Everyone's just crying right now. Oh my god, everyone's crying. Yeah, we've been streaming for over 4 hours at this point. What are we doing here? Ratu Matt played good, in my opinion. I think he deserves to come back. I mean, I agree. I mean, I think Matthew was a very innovative player. I mean, again, he's relatively high on the player ranking despite his boot. But I think, yeah, like I don't know if he's gonna. I mean, I hope he comes back. I mean, I could easily see him being a second chance candidate, but hopefully we'll see him again. Do you believe in a deserving winner? Because I believe that if you win, you earn the win. I believe there is such. Yeah, like I 100%. Like if you win, you deserve it. Like I don't believe in this notion of like not deserving your win. Like because at the end of the day, if you win, you got the jury votes. You did what needed to be done to win. I mean, whether or not it was intentional, I mean, you still did it. You still won the game. But obviously, there are cases where I would personally vote for other people if I were on the jury. But at the end of the day, I'm not on the jury. The people that voted for the winner are on the jury. So like, yeah, so like I believe all winners are deserving, but obviously like we can still like compare them and like talk about like compare their games and stuff. I think Ratu Matt lands 7-8. Oh, here we go. Here we go. We're getting the preview. They're probably going to save Bruce for the end, aren't they? We got a Boston. Look at these nerds. Yeah, they're gonna wait. Yeah, they're saving Bruce for the end as like a big reveal, aren't they? Oh, there he is. And he said, "Let's go." Who won? Jan Jam won. All right, that was fun. All right, who else do we have here? I think Ratu Matt lands 7A on my ranking, but it's still really good. Despite him placing 13th. Yeah, he's definitely above his placement. I mean, we'll see. Like, you'll definitely see like what it is when the video comes out. But yeah, like I did find it a bit hard to rank him properly because I feel like yeah he probably would have done well moving forward, but it's like hard to say how, if he gets the actually gets the end. So I think it was a bit hard for him to have him like super duper high, but I still think it's a factor nonetheless. Carson lives near me. I'm sad he lost to one. Again, Jan won. And I'm sorry to hear that. That's that's pretty cool that Carson lives near you. I remember Twitter. I remember Twitter being so mad when Gabler won. I still prefer a Cass win, but rewatching, I kind of understand why. Yeah, like I think the yeah, I gotta charge my phone. I understand like the anger behind the Gabler win at the time, at least. I think it definitely calmed down over time. I feel like I was a bit more neutral on it. Like, I mean, I think I would have voted for Cassidy over Gabler, but again, like I understand why he won. All right. Do you think the players on 45 will know that Bruce played before? I think they do because I think filming started after 45 44 started. So I think they'll know who Bruce is. Or at the very least like they'll I'm sure at least one like super fan will have like seen like obviously from like the year before when the cast all like, leaked and stuff on Redman. They'll definitely I think they'll know that Bruce was on the season. Um no, you're fine. Like you're good. Season 44 is meh. I might sound crazy, but I have Survivor South Pacific over this season, even though I don't like Sophie as a winner. Again, South Pacific's not a bad season. Like, again, it definitely is interesting, like seeing like the way Coach plays the game, and especially like with him losing at the end. So like, I think South Pacific gets a bit too much hate. Carson's mom works with your mom. That's pretty cool. So like, do you like did you like end up meeting Carson at all? I'm never reading spoilers ever again. I read around the Sarah booth that the final three was Heidi, Jan Jam, and Carolyn. I thought they were lying the whole time. Oh wow, so it was because I knew there were spoilers for this season, but it's like I didn't realize they nailed it down that far out. But yeah, like yeah, I try to avoid spoilers the best that I can, mainly for the integrity of the power rankings and stuff. Like I definitely try to like base it off like how I'm reading the edit. But yeah, like I know 42 was also pretty spoiled. 41, I think 41 was spoiled by the end, but a lot of it I think they knew Xander got to the end at least. I know that. I don't know much about the other stuff with that season. And I think 43 was also not very spoiled. I think people were pretty shocked actually that people were not exactly expecting that Gabler would win that. Actually, we got more people on now. I mean, it makes sense. The finale just ended and stuff. Um, South Pacific was Gabon Part Two. Uh, not not really. I think if anything, it's a Redemption Island Part Two. I mean, because like there's obviously a lot of parallels between Redemption Island and South Pacific, with like the biggest contrast being that Coach loses at the end. If I was you, I would ask for one of those 3D printer puzzles. I mean, you don't need a 3D printer to like study the puzzles and stuff. And that's like another interesting thing about this whole like puzzle thing. It's like the fact that like people like talk about the fact that it presents like this economic disadvantage if you like, oh, like not everyone can afford a 3D printer, and that's true. But like you can easily like get like puzzles online for like 20 bucks. I mean, you literally have like Russell Muscle that like he has like a store, like he's always like doing like sales, like selling these puzzles and stuff. It's like and other people too. It's like you can easily like get like a lot of like the puzzles that they commonly use, like the tree one, the circle one, like again, like there's like and like even beyond that, you have like Matthew from the season. Like he built in his backyard like the snake thing, and like you have like Evie. They were able to study the puzzle that was in like Edge of Extinction. What else do we have here? Ridiculous show now. How many think Jan could survive on a desert island? Me, I'm done. You're done. CBS has ruined the show. Well, I mean, some people think it's ruined. Um, 43 wasn't spoiled. They killed the spoilers this season. I wish I joined the stream early. Oh yeah, like I mean, like like I mean, like yeah, it's fun to chat too. I mean, again, I got a Discord server, so like you feel free to join if you haven't already. I actually am playing. I have considered like doing like more like streams in the future, like particularly during Big Brother season. I think Big Brother could be pretty interesting to do like live streams, particularly during like the live shows. I think that could be fun. 43 wasn't spoiled. My winner pick was Cody, and I thought it might have happened, but Jesse really ended my prediction. Literally, yeah, I don't think 43 is spoiled from what I understand. Again, I don't study spoilers, but um, we got yeah. This the fourth straight 7-1 jury vote. Something's up with this new jury. It's not the jury. I don't think it's a survivor issue. Like because again, I talked about this a little earlier. Like we've seen this on like other shows too recently. Like it's happened. It's been happening on Big Brother. It's been happening on BB Can. It's been happening on the international survivors. Like again, we've been seeing these lopsided jury votes, and really like it's not even like the format's changed at all. But I think what's been happening is just like a shift in the meta to where it's like I think like people are just like obsessed with like voting correctly at the end. Like they want to be seen as being on the right side of history basically by voting for the winner. I don't think they want to be seen as bitter. They don't want to be seen as dumb for not voting for the correct person. Again, it's just a shift in the meta. And again, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I mean, at the end of the day, people can vote for whoever they want for whatever reason that they want. And even beyond that, it's like, like you can debate that they care about the game, that they care about, like looking at the whole picture. I mean, though even then, like I kind of disagree with like some of their decisions, but again, that's always been the case with Survivor. So it's like I don't think that's much of an issue there. Carson deserved every puzzle win. It's like studying for a test. Some people are just better prepared. Yeah, exactly. That's how I feel as well. It's like again, like people complain a lot about how like there's all these twists now, and that Survivor's like Mario Party, and that oh you can be the best player in the world, but you can get screwed over by dumb twists, and that is true. But then they also complain that they just reuse puzzles and that you can easily study for them, and that trivializes the challenges. It's like really it's like if you're complaining about like the new format like not giving people enough control, it's like you should be happy with like when people study puzzles because it gives control back to the players. It rewards people that like study the game. So it's like I don't have much of an issue with it. And again, I'm like in light of that criticism, I think it actually hands control back to the players. Honestly, Cody did the best out of all my winner picks. Yeah, like he did pretty well. I mean, certainly better than my winner picks from the new era. It's like, I mean, I did pick Ricard for 41, but then again, everyone picked Ricard. 42, I picked High. It was okay. 43, I picked Lindsay, which is like, what happened there? And then 44, I picked Matthew, which like, again, like, I wasn't wrong with like how he played, but it's like obviously like other things got in the way there. So Shan 41 again, I like Shan the preseason. Like again, I felt like she had a lot of life experience. I felt like it would translate well to the game. 42 Lindsay. I mean, I wasn't high on Lindsay, but it's like I could see that. 43 Cody. I was actually very low on Cody. Going to 43. Like I felt like he was going to be like this goober that didn't really know the game. And then 44 Helen. Again, I was high on Helen too. Again, it didn't age well, but again, like I did at least see like the potential for her to be targeted early for being like this under the radar threat. Have you ever had a winner pick from any game show being a first boot on this channel? I'm trying to think. I mean, on this channel, I think the worst. I've definitely had like pre-merge boots. Like I picked Sharni for Australian Survivor, which is like, and then I picked like Lindsay for 43. That was pretty bad. I don't think I've ever picked like a first boot on this channel at least. Not gonna lie, unlike others, I was rooting for a Heidi upset, kind of like Gabler, even though I think Jan Jan deserved it more. I mean, again, like I don't hate Heidi, so like I can see why people would want that. In the after show, Danny said he voted for Heidi because she explained her voting for him well, but that wasn't talked about at FTC. As far as I remember, do you guys remember them talking about it? I admittedly I was talking a lot during FTC. I don't remember it exactly, but again, probably brought it up. The editors made us feel like it was very close between Caroline and Jan Jam. Yeah, he won in a 7-1. Yeah, like I felt like it was weird because when I was making the jury scenarios video, it's like again, like I went through the votes. It was hard for me to like pick someone that like would be a solid vote for Carolyn. But I still, but again, like the edit made it feel like the two of them were pretty equal for a lot of it. Even though I felt like Jan Jan was still ahead, I still felt like Carolyn at least had a shot at making things competitive. I think we can all agree Cody was most unexpected in 43. He was only person who had a shot against Jesse, and that's impressive. He ran the Dwight Janine votes as well as having good. Yeah, like, yeah, Cody was definitely a big surprise, in a good way at least. Even though Jan Jan played well, I still think there's a lot of randomness in the game. For that reason, I want to use a random list generator to pick a winner for next season. I mean, again, I was high on Jan Jam in the preseason. I mean, if we're going back to my preseason power rankings, he was like number 6 or 7 on that ranking. Let me just pull up my preseason power ranking. I'm just pulling it up real fast. Yeah, okay, so I had Jan Jam at 7. Like again, I felt like Jan Jam was doing pretty well. I mean, 43, Gabler was like middle of the pack. 42, I think I had Marianne high 42, I think. JHC can't believe how the season sucked. Early season participants must be throwing up. Yeah, I could see that. Where you guys get the spoilers? From what I understand, the main source is like Reddit. Like, there's a subreddit called Spoiled Survivor. So like that's like where like a lot of it stems from. Everyone wrote off Cody preseason as just another character, but I saw greater potential in him, and he was biggest threat out there at Final Six according to the jury. Yeah, like I think like had he gone to the end, I think he would have had a big shot of winning the game. He definitely would have been competitive against Jesse, probably even won against Jesse. So yeah, that's why he was taken out. Do you think this final three was the strongest between 41 and 44? Yeah, I do. I think this is all around the strongest final three from a gameplay perspective. It has like the highest floor and it has the highest ceiling. Where it's like you have like 41, you have Xander, who is pretty underwhelming, and then Erica, who's like, again, middle of the road on the winner ranking. 42, Romeo sucked. Marianne like isn't a very high winner, but again, she had impressive stuff. And then Mike was okay, but like not that great. 43, again, everyone was just kind of middle of the road. I mean, Owen's probably bad, but it's like Cassidy and Gable were very middle of the road. And then 44, it's like Heidi was like middle of the road. Carolyn's definitely a step above, and then Jan Jam I think is probably pretty solid. So yeah, this is easily the best final three from a gameplay perspective. I thought it'd be 4-3-1 with Jan Jam winning and Carolyn in second. I mean, yeah, I thought Carolyn would at least get second place here, maybe even like tied for second, but it's like not meant to be. If Carson gets the FTC, do y'all think he beat Jam Jam? Well, let's pull up the jury scenarios here. So I think I had Jam Jam winning most of the scenarios involving Carson on here. So like let's just yeah, I had him winning most of the scenarios here. So like I think against Carson, Heidi and Jan Jam, I think I had Jan Jam winning 5-3. Carson, Lauren Jan Jam, again, same thing. And then Carolyn, Carson, Jam Jam, same thing. Actually, no, it's 4-3-1 Jam Jam. So I think Jam Jam beats Carson in my estimation. And I think a big part of that is like even though like Carson and Jam Jam played similar games, I just feel like the age thing could have played a factor at the end. I mean, I could see the kid. I wouldn't be shocked if it can't turned out that Carson would have won, but I just feel like I feel like the age thing would have been a factor at the end. I mean, and again, that's part of the reason why I was low on Carson in the preseason is that even if he got to the end, I feel like the fact that he was so young, whereas you have people like Jam Jam and Heidi, who again were a bit older, seemed like they could have like benefited more from like getting the money, would have been played a factor with these people. So like I think that's like a big thing on my end. But it's like you could also make the debate that Carson could have articulated his game better to where they could give Carson more of the credit there versus Jam Jam. And plus, Jam Jam has more of a case for being an underdog throughout the game. Whereas by him playing an impressive game, like you could definitely point to stuff like the split tribal where he was on the bottom. Whereas Carson doesn't really have like that highlight, that storyline, and also the thing with like voting out everyone that wrote his name down. It's like I think Jam Jam definitely would have had the advantage in a lot of those scenarios. What else do we have here? Oh boy, I missed a lot. I'm sorry, but jury management is so hard for me. I just lost a 5-2 vote in a Big Brother org because I flopped my jury questioning so I can see how people struggle. Yeah, jury management is hard. I played orgs as well. It's like, yeah, and I've been to like two like final tribals. And I've been to actually no, I went to three final tribals, won in like a 4-3 vote, and then I lost like the other two. And it's like, yeah, it's like sometimes it's like you do your best to like pitch your game, but it's like either you don't like either they're not like convinced by like your presentation or like the other person just like outplays you. So it's like it's definitely hard. I'm still shocked Carolyn got no votes. Yeah, I'm shocked she got no votes. I think it's a toss up between Carson and Jan Jam. Carson was more of a strategic player, while Jan Jam was more of a social. Again, I think generally speaking, yes. I think they're both like pretty good at both. where it's like they both like had solid relationships. And I think Jan Jam was strategically working alongside Carson. I don't think it was simply like one like completely steamrolling the other. So like I feel like they're kind of around the same level. Again, I personally would have voted for Carson, but I think Jan Jam would have had the advantage for reasons I just explained. I should have known Carson wouldn't win since he didn't get an episode title. All winners in the new era so far had at least one episode title heading into the finale. I didn't know that actually. I don't really pay attention much to episode titles, so that's interesting to know. This ending is why I prefer Final Two format. Carolyn getting voted out in third, and getting to have an emotional goodbye would have been more satisfying than her getting to the end losing to Heidi. Again, like I personally prefer Final Twos for obvious reasons. So, but again, like I'm not entirely against this either. Like, yeah, it's sort of anticlimactic that Carolyn got no votes here, but it's like again, like I see where you're coming from. I personally like 43 a lot because of the way you don't know what happens next. My predictions was wrong most of the time. Yeah, that's definitely like a pro for 43 is that it's less predictable. But I think it also lends itself into like why people were upset that it was Gabler of all people that won. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Big Brother's trying to get better than Survivor, and I'm a huge Survivor fan, excluding Australian Survivor. I think we're going to see how the next season Big Brother plays out because it's like, I mean, like the last season was good of Big Brother, but like I'm curious to see what like next season will do. Um, but yeah, I mean, like that's pretty much the season for us. I'm probably gonna log off soon. Does anyone else like want to talk about anything before I sign off? So again, like the player ranking will come out on Saturday, more than likely. Review again, bit up more up in the air, but definitely like within the next week. And then again, it's just gonna be like general Survivor videos until Big Brother season. What do you think of 45's promo? Like, it's interesting. Like, I mean, admittedly, I haven't memorized everyone on the cast. I mean, though I did like Bruce's like him saying "Let's go" again. That's pretty funny. But yeah, I'm excited for 45. Giver winning dropped my ratings to an 8.2 to a 6.5. That's a big swing for the result there. I just don't like that type of play style. I will say you nailed the jury questions and management. Uh, One more question because of that move. Are you considering moving Heidi at least a few spots higher or not in your ranking? I don't think this really changes anything. I mean, it's definitely like a pro for her game, but I feel like she wasn't. Again, I said this during the finale. I don't think it would have been enough anyway. I feel like she was pretty much her fate was pretty much sealed at that point. And plus, her final trial performance left some things to be desired, if you ask me. I don't think it really changes that much on the player ranking at least. But again, I'm still I'm I still need to record like her segment on there, so obviously like we'll see what happens. But I don't think it really changes too much. Should Heidi have put Jan Jam on fire because jury would have considered not voting for Carson because of his age? I don't think that's the right move. I feel like the Carson age thing would have mainly been a factor against like Jam Jam or like the other Tikas. But I feel like against Heidi, like I don't think it really matters. I think they would clearly recognize that Carson played the better game. I think it's just against Jam Jam because I think there's a lot of similarities with Jam Jam's game and Carson's that the age thing would have played a bigger factor. So I don't think it really would have played that much of an issue there. So I think she made the right call. It's just that she wasn't winning anyway. Like ever since the Kane vote, I feel like her game was abysmally bad. Yeah, like I think the final 8 and final 7 rounds were pretty. They were definitely wonky. Uh, Final 6, like her playing the idol herself is not ideal. It comes off as a bit passive, and especially like with Lauren, like again, like I feel like she could have made a move to save Lauren there. I mean, I felt like that would have been probably a better use of her idol at that point, but like I kind of understand why she didn't need to do it there. again, I think she's just overall like an okay player. I mean, not the worst in the world, but like again, like there's still like things to poke holes at. Um, Susie had a better final tribal than Heidi. It's been a while since I've seen the Gabon final tribal, but yeah, like Heidi's final tribal was kind of mediocre. And then 3 votes. I mean, she was also against like again like Heidi was a bit against much better competition than Susie was, and against a jury that was more bitter. So like I think that's a factor at least. But like I guess on a technical level, yeah, you could say that she technically almost won. Every round starting to the Franny vote, I could have called out each terrible step she took. Yeah. So yeah, I think I'll probably like explain this all more in the player ranking. But yeah, I think it'll be interesting to at least talk about. But yeah, that's pretty much all that I have at this point. It's getting late. It's almost 11:30 at this point. But but yeah, like again, I thought this was fun to do the stream. I definitely want to do more during Big Brother season, so stay tuned for that. And again, like more stuff coming in the future. And again, if you're still with us, if you haven't already, like and subscribe, join the Discord server. But yeah, all things are pretty good. I'm probably gonna sign off now. So see ya.